An iron curtain has descended across the continent.
The entire world has been suffering due to the climate change dilemma.
One of the things you really begin to have to face is how cruel things are in the natural world.
Well, shareholders have to wake up to the fact that this kind of efficiency in the short term is not good for companies over the longer term.
There are 7,000 known rare diseases, and approximately 95% of these have no licensed treatment.
Guten Morgen miteinander und willkommen zum 8. Jahr for the Youth Forum Switzerland. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 8th Annual Youth Forum Switzerland. My name is Marie Kaldowski. I'm a grade 12 student here at ISZL and a leader of the YFS series team. It is my absolute pleasure to formally open YFS 2025 right here at ISZL today. We are absolutely thrilled to be welcoming over 950 students from 28 different schools, including both international schools and Schweizer Öffentlichschule from 13 of the 26 cantons. A special thank you goes out to all attending staff and students. Your enthusiasm has enabled the entire YFS team to organize and host what we aim to be yet another engaging and memorable forum. Welcome to all of you. I would like to please ask all our guest speakers to stand. We are honored to have over 65 changemakers with us, sharing their remarkable experiences and expertise. Thank you for dedicating your time and passions to the young minds in this room today. This year holds special significance as we mark the 80th anniversary of the Holocaust. We are privileged to have a moving exhibition from the Gemarel Foundation, which was showcased at the United Nations in 2018. I deeply encourage you all to visit this exhibition, located just to my right, as you progress through your day. Additionally, I ask that we please all give a warm welcome and thank you to Holocaust survivor Egon Hollander for sharing his story with us. YFS was founded in 2017 by 3 globally engaged ISZL students who were inspired by the Open Forum event at Davos to create something similar of their own. The Youth Forum Switzerland, which now consists of 135 ISZL students, in addition to a network of other schools, empowers young individuals to voice their concerns and create change in crucial matters regarding our generation's future. It is our platform to collaborate, unite, and amplify the voices that will brighten our new horizons. The 8th edition of the Youth Forum Switzerland features a dynamic forum packed with 14 panel discussions, 7 expert talks, and 7 youth talks. You will have the opportunity to participate in 40 impact labs, visit the 4th annual YFS Arts Festival, and engage in a range of other student-led activities. Before the closing ceremony, there will be a 20-minute networking period where you have the opportunity to explore and connect with other speakers and attendees that you did not get a chance to meet during the day. So now, to start things off, I would like to introduce Eugenie Poipe, a grade 12 student here at ISZL, as today's student keynote.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eugenie Poipe. I'm a grade 12 student here at ISL, as well as a leading member of the Youth Forum Switzerland. I am honored to invite and address you all here today. 2024 was titled the election year. With over 1.5 billion ballots cast across 73 countries, encompassing over half the voting population, the world witnessed an unprecedented democratic phenomenon. This massive wave of engagement included 8 of the 10 most populous nations. However, was met with widespread dissatisfaction. I, for one, can vouch that I am tired of staring helplessly at my screen, waiting for the next crisis to be established over Twitter. So let's take a step back. Let's look beyond the results, beyond the candidates, and beyond the concepts of policies. What truly shapes a year like 2024 is the choices we make together. One person going to one poll to cast one vote doesn't mean a whole lot. But a collection of votes driven by a group of people passionate and advocating for change, that means everything. The lesson here is simple. No single person, no single leader, and no single vision achieves anything alone. As we step into today and into 2025 alike, I ask that we all carry forward that same spirit of collective action. But what does that really mean for any of us? My answer to that question is today. For some of us, reaching our new horizon is through solutions for climate change, revolutionary practices for biodiversity protection, and innovative and ethical medical technology. For others, it's reimagining social systems completely, whether through a comprehensive understanding of who is actually responsible for the climate crisis, or even reimagining the future of global supply chains. All of these and more being topics you can delve into on this very day by the people in this very room. Each of these goals is monumental and imperative for collective development. They require vision, they require courage, but most importantly, they require us. Look around you. The people sitting to your left and to your right are not just random bystanders waiting to move on to the next panel. And if they are, then we have failed. These people are your future co-change makers. Remember their faces, write down their names. We owe it to ourselves, but more importantly, to each other to act together. Nothing that has surrounded the Youth Forum Switzerland 2025 in its entirety is passive. Make today be your day one, your first day in achieving the future we can achieve, but more importantly, the future we need to achieve. We can and should acknowledge the challenges that we face before us, but we must refuse to be intimidated by them. Someone who refuses to be intimidated by the prospect of a better future is our keynote speaker, as well as long-standing supporter of YFS, having attended every single forum since its creation in 2017. Jaydeep Banzal is the CEO and co-founder of GHE Ventures, a social enterprise focused on sustainable development through rural electrification, enhancing healthcare accessibility, and much more in India's remotest communities. Having been to India myself in June of 2024 to take part in this mission alongside Jaydeep, the resilience and innovative drive my group and I witnessed was unparalleled. being part of this incredible journey, as well as recipient of the kindness, support, and expertise Jaydeep and his team had to offer was exceptional. Thank you for your commitment to our journey by joining us here today. Thank you for believing in the future we can achieve together. And thank you for being the fearless changemakers our future needs. The new horizons are waiting. Let's go meet them. And with that, please join me in welcoming my friend, Jaydeep Banzal, to the stage.
Very good morning to each and everyone in the room. It's such a privilege to be back here and in front of all of you. Now, before I start, I think we all will agree that let's give a big round of applause to the entire team at ISZL and the Youth Forum Switzerland for putting this forum together. Let's give it up for them. They have done an incredible job. Of course, to all the speakers that have come here to provide their valuable insights, thank you for taking your time out and for sharing your journey with the students here. But you know, I want to give a special moment to a very special person in the room right now. And that special person is you. Just the fact that you chose to be here, you are open to understand what are the different dimensions where people are working, what are the possibilities that exist out there, and how can we make our world a better place for the future. So thank you for taking your time out, and thank you for being here, and I hope you make the most of this day today. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Now, what I want to do is, hopefully, I'm a very optimistic person, and I want to give that sense of optimism to you. Yes, because when you can look at the current state of affairs, there is unprecedented change. You know, there's a lot of populist movements. There's a rising inequality. There is pollution that's increasing. We are facing climate change. Yes, all those problems are there. But you know what the beauty of a problem is? It comes hand in hand with a solution. So when I look at a problem, I feel happy, because that problem often accompanies a solution, and all we have to do is look at that solution, identify that solution, and use tools to implement change and solve those problems. And my own journey started in the mountains of India, but before that, I thought I was working for P&G, and I thought that is my dream and vision in life, to work with a company that manufactures and sells shampoos. And I thought, it's great, I'm doing great, this is my vision and purpose in life. But then what happened is, I ended up going to the Himalayas, where I saw communities that were living in most pristine environments, clean air, fresh water, you're in the middle of nowhere. I thought, this is great. But then what happened when the sun went down? They ended up using kerosene lamps for their lighting needs. And even now, as I speak, more than close to 1 billion people in the globe still don't have access to energy. 1 billion people. And you know what? More than 3 billion people in the globe don't even have access to clean cooking. So that's the world that we live in right now. There are people who are fundamentally living below poverty line, where they're not even making more than $100. And so the world is very different from where we are right now when you go out there in the developing South. But what I realized was that, A, yes, I can be there and do nothing about it, but can we collectively, with the team, make a change? And so what I did was ended up going to these villages, and the first experience I had was as we were trekking, as you can see in this picture. This is just moments before there was a landslide, and I was stuck on a piece of rock that was the only thing preventing me from falling into a valley down there. And I'm stuck there, and this is the time almost a week after I had quit P&G, and I'm wondering, why am I doing what am I doing? But exactly in that very moment, I got a lot of clarity. Why am I doing what am I doing? Why am I stuck here? Is the path to go back, or is the path to move forward? And in that moment, I had a lot of clarity. And the only way to go was to go forward. And I ended up, in very unique situations. So if you see a small pale blue dot at the starting of the bridge, that's me crossing a bridge with the team. And so we ended up going to really challenging areas. But what was an adventure and a challenge for us was a routine for these villagers. The kids used to travel across this bridge every day just to go to school. The nearest school for these villagers was 4 to 5 hours of trek distance away. Imagine doing this trek on a daily basis. And what we did was we got together, put in our efforts, put in solar panels, batteries, transported material with horses and donkeys, because that was the only way to get material to these villages. There's no roads, there's no mobile connectivity. And then we were welcomed by a culture and heritage that is centuries old. And that was so fulfilling when we ended up reaching these communities, the way they welcomed us with open arms, the way they made us very much their own. And then what we did was started going into the houses of the villagers, putting in the solar panels on the roofs, putting in the bulb holders. And what you can see is in these old Himalayan houses, as you are putting in the bulb holders, there's a lot of Himalayan dust that falls on you. So I got a nice mud pack, did not make my skin soft or glowy, made it very rash. And then putting up the solar panels while it was snowing. It was really mesmerizing just to be there. And what we ended up doing was, after 3 days of trekking, reaching the village, working for 3 nights, we were able to transform a village that had never seen electricity to something that had complete energy access. And all it took us was 3 days. For the community, what we saw was genuine smiles and faces, people dancing, celebrating the whole night. I mean, some of the villagers did not even switch off the lights in their rooms. That's how much it meant for them. And that, when we did this for the first time, there was a rush. It made us feel within the team that we had that this is great, can we do this again? One village back in 2013. And what I'll share with you now is how from just electrifying one village 10 years ago, what have we done and how have we scaled up what we have been able to achieve. And so first thing we did was, why don't we find a name of the company? So we called ourselves Global Himalayan Expedition. But then last couple of years, we realized if you're working in Uganda, there's no Himalayas there. And if you call yourselves Global Himalayan Expedition, it does not make sense. So we shortened it to GHE, and we called ourselves GHE Impact Ventures. And the whole idea being transforming these communities with access to clean energy. So there are still, like I said, 1 billion people that don't have access to clean energy. So we ended up bringing clean energy access with solar power to these villages, transforming how these communities live. And then once they had access to energy, we thought, okay, it's not just about putting in infrastructure, but how do you build capacity of the local communities? What if something goes wrong? What if the battery goes bad? What if there's a connection that goes loose? So training the local people, training the local communities on skilling, training them, both men and women, as solar engineers. Women who had never thought of being an engineer, were only housewives, are now being engineers, and they're going to their houses of their own communities and fitting up solar panels and light bulbs. And then from there, why not we look at improving the education infrastructure? I told you how much the students have to travel to get access to basic education. And so we thought, why not empower these kids with access to digital learning tools so that they can have all the access to the knowledge that you and I sitting here have while being back in their villages. So putting up these solar-powered smart classrooms. And then COVID hit, and we realized that the healthcare in India is a mess. These villages, the primary health centers, they don't even have access to the basic infrastructure. So we started looking at upgrading healthcare infrastructure in rural India, powering up these health centers with not just solar power, but also putting in medical care equipment that can care for the mothers who come to these health centers for their deliveries. And just by putting in pieces of technology, the infant and the maternal mortality rate fell down by more than 60%, just because now they have access to technology. Nothing new, nothing revolutionary, simple stuff. And then what we looked at is, like I said, 3 billion people in the world don't even have access to clean cooking. They use firewood, which produces a lot of toxic fumes, and most of the time, the women and the young children are there sitting with their mothers while the food is being cooked. So transitioning these communities from using traditional firewood to having clean cooking solutions, and then also improving the nurseries where the kids come. So something that looks, if you see the pictures above, very rundown centers, making them more aspirational for the young mothers to get their kids to these places so that they also feel that they are getting the best of facilities. And then what we thought is, it's fine to build in all this infrastructure, but what do we do to create livelihood opportunities in these remote areas? There's no manufacturing there. But yes, these places are beautiful, pristine. Can we bring in ecotourism? So setting up homestays, training the communities, creating experiences. And that's what we have been doing now, and that's creating livelihood opportunities for these villagers, even sitting in the remote areas, to the fact that the young people who migrated away from these towns, from these villages, because of lack of access to development, are now coming back. Because they know that there is a much more aspirational life that can be led by being in their own village, by being in their own culture and heritage. And then also looking at these communities are great with wool, pashmina, cashmere. So setting up spinning and weaving centers where the nomadic communities can come and earn income. So what started with electrifying a village ended up getting into so many diverse verticals for us because all of this was being requested by the communities. Hey, can we work on a solution that can improve our lives? Hey, can we work on a solution that can create livelihood for the women? And so it's all about co-creating solutions, because you can never assume what the communities need. You have to sit with them. You have to make them understand what is the technology you are bringing in, and then co-creating solutions with them. And then now, last year, we ended up also doing an afforestation project with the goal to plant 1 million trees over the next 2 years. But this is the state of the affairs that were there before. The youth in the village were being part of the deforestation activities because they wanted livelihood. So they were cutting the trees and selling the wood. So what we said was, okay, hang on. If livelihood is the concern, why don't we rehabilitate the forests? And along with the sacred forest groves that we are rehabilitating, we will also plant fruit-bearing trees. And then we put in processing machines so that there can be a small-scale setup that can allow you to process the fruits and then sell it to the local markets. And that creates income. So instead of cutting trees now, the very trees that you were cutting, if you let them grow, they will give you money. And that project is now kicked off in the northeast part of India in Assam. And so from one village, now we have been able to transform more than 3,000 villages to impact more than 500,000 lives. And in the process, we've been able to remove 300,000 tons of carbon emissions from the environment on an annual basis. And what I want to show through this is that, thank you. And what I want to convey from this is that it started with a hope that, yes, change can happen. And I firmly believe hope is that spark that ignites the flame. But without action, that flame will not be sustained. And that is my call to action to each and every one of you. Yes, these are unprecedented times, but we are part of this unprecedented times. Yes, there are challenges, but we are living in those challenges. Yes, it's a tough world out there. We might not like the person sitting next to us because of their beliefs. We might not like what's happening out there in the world, but we are very much part of this world. We cannot disassociate ourselves or take a rocket ship to Mars while the billionaires of the world are doing that. We are living on this planet, and we need to make this planet a better living place. Not tomorrow, starting from today. And what I want to do is also share with you how students at ISZL are making change happen. It's not always about you coming here, listening to the speakers here who are doing amazing work in their respective fields. But let me give a shout out to some of the amazing students here who a couple of days back shared the projects that they're doing. And I'll start with solar energy. So you know the roof of this place that we are sitting in? This entire roof above is covered with more than 600 solar panels. And August, the student, let's give a big round of applause to him. He worked tirelessly to ensure that the school is powered by clean energy. It was not some big administration. It was not the school administration. It was a student very much sitting in between you right now who made this possible, that the roof of this place has 600 solar panels, that the school is powered by renewable energy. What is stopping you from doing that in your schools? Or let's look at wetland restoration. We have Shruti and Millie, who are now working, who are also Villars Fellows, by the way, and they are working on a wetland restoration project in Zug. They were able to fundraise, they did a study, they got experts on board, and now they are restoring the wetlands. Give it up for them. They are greening their own community. And we have Astha and Michael who are working on zero waste, making ISZL a zero waste school. That's amazing. These are students who are doing this. And I believe their goal is also to make YFS a zero waste event. So all of you, please do follow the directions that they give you as you're eating your food. Please ensure that you have zero waste. Let's commit to that. Let's ensure that we start action from today and don't wait for tomorrow, because the future is what we create ourselves. Nobody else is going to create for us. We have the zero carbon team, Annie, Alice, and Mige. They are ensuring that the ISZL school is as sustainable and as clean as possible, powered by renewable energy, having zero waste. That's the zero carbon team. That's very much your peers who are doing all of this. And then finally, we have a team that's working on aquaponics, vertical gardening within the school. That's Emily and Stacy. These are examples of students who are doing change, who are bringing change in their own school. And so when you think about change, it's not always about going out there and doing something big. It can start from you within, because change always has to happen from yourself. And then look at your immediate surroundings. Can you impact your neighborhood? Can you impact your own family members to begin with? Can you impact your school? And then think of how do you want to scale up globally. But always start from yourself. And in the end, what I would like to share is how the amazing students at ISZL have been working with us and coming with us to the villages in the Himalayas to implement clean energy solutions. And for that, I have a short video. Can we play the video, please?
यहाँ का मतलब 4000 मीटर समथिंग, यानी कि 4000 प्लस मीटर पे हम लोग रहते हैं। एक यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा बर्फ़ गिरते हैं, बर्फ़ भी इतना गिरते हैं कि बस 5-6 फुट तक यहाँ पे बर्फ़ गिर जाते हैं। तो उसकी वजह से हमें बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत होते थे आज से मतलब 5-6-7-10 साल पहले, क्योंकि यहाँ पे रोड भी नहीं थे, मेडिकल का या दवाई का कोई सुविधा नहीं था। तो ज़्यादातर गाँव में वही बूढ़ा बूढ़ी लोग ही ज़्यादातर वही रहते हैं, तो उसकी वजह से उनको बहुत ज़्यादा तकलीफ भी होते थे।
बिना लाइट से ये गांव में बहुत तकलीफ है।
हमारा गांव ऊंचा होने के वजह से पेड़ पौधे बहुत कम होता है।
You know, every trip has something to offer, but being able to have such a tangible impact on something, whereas like also learning about sustainability and being able to work with such a impactful organization like GHE and being able to meet such like wonderful people, members of the team, I think it's such an incredible opportunity that, you know, I don't think anybody is able to pass up on. I don't know how anybody has passed up on it.
I also think above all, like putting so much effort into coming on, like trekking all the way over these mountains, coming all the way over to Ladakh in such a remote space, and just personally helping these people put in rocket stoves and electrify monasteries. It was just like, it was so personal and so like genuine, like the effort that we're putting in, that, I don't know, it just felt like so purposeful, like really special.
I think so far it's really been the best experience of my life, I think I could say. And yeah, also I think the whole trip has just been really, really humbling in a way, and really a great way to learn about myself, because coming here at this high altitude, it's something that I've never done before. And it's been struggles, but I also got to learn more about like myself and pushed my limits to like far beyond what I could ever think possible.
And so I think in the end, I'll leave you with one thing and one thing only: don't wait. The time to act is now. The future we build and co-create is now. So thank you, everyone, and wish you a great day ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jaydeep, and I'm a grade 12 student here at IZL and a member of the YFS media team. I would first of all like to take this opportunity to thank Jaydeep for sharing his incredibly inspiring story. You've definitely given us something to think about during our sessions today. So please give Mr. Banzal another big round of applause. So, before we move on to our next session today, I would like to draw your attention to some important logistical and fun points about the forum. First, in the unlikely event of an emergency or a fire alarm, we ask that all attendees meet on the sports field outside and students find their respective schools for attendance. Second, your sessions today will be held in 6 different venues: the gym you're currently in, the theater in the main building, the Arts Factory, the Riggyblick, Alpenblick, and Sayblick venues. Lunch will also be held in the cafeteria in the main building. I know this may be quite confusing, but there will be signs and YFS team members to help you. Additionally, with so many people at the event, we ask that you only attend the sessions that you are signed up for, as some venues have limited seating. Your personal schedule is on the back of your badges and will be checked at the entrance of each of the venues. We would love it if everyone moved between sessions quickly and got to sessions early if possible. Doors will close after the designated start time, so we ask that you do not enter after this time to avoid any disturbances. We would appreciate it if you kept your phones on silent during each session that you attend. Now, I would also like to encourage you to engage with our sessions through social media by using the hashtags that will be on the screens in each of the venues. For our neurodiverse guests, there are quiet spaces in the main building. If you need to locate them, ask a YFS team member, and we'll be happy to help you. Finally, you will notice on your badges that Session 7 is titled Explore, Connect, Inspire. If everyone can make their way back to the gym at this time, this will be an amazing opportunity to meet speakers you didn't get the chance to or reconnect with someone you met earlier during the day. This happens right before our closing ceremony. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask anybody on the YFS team. We would be happy to help you. Your next session begins at 9:50. Do your best to be on time. So that is it from me. You may now make your way to your next session. Thank you and have a fabulous day.
My name is Nicola Polan. I'm in 12th grade here at ISL, as well as a leading member of the YFS team. For those of you who do not understand German, please scan the QR code up on the board, where you can find an English translation of the upcoming session. As we approach the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz and other concentration camps, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. The voices of those who lived through these atrocities grow fewer, yet their stories are more crucial than ever. They serve as both historical testimony and a moral call to action, to remember, to educate, and to ensure that such horrors never happen again. Today we are honored to engage with someone who not only witnessed this history, but survived it. His story is a testament to courage and resilience in the face of unimaginable adversity. Through his memories, we have the rare opportunity of connecting to history directly, not just through textbooks, but through lived experience. Please join me in welcoming one of the last Holocaust survivors in Switzerland, Egon Hollander. Herr Hollander will be giving a presentation about his experience during the Holocaust, as well as an overview of his life living in different political systems. Joining us on stage is Anita Winter, president of the Gamera organization, as well as Aileen Kelm, a fellow 12th grade student, who will be providing English translation when necessary. We are now ready to begin. Herr Hollander, feel free to start when you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. I apologize, but my presentation will be in German. The reason is that 7 years ago I had a small brain stroke, and it influenced my cognitive properties and especially my language center. So if I would give my presentation in English, it's probably sure that I will not find some words, and the presentation will take long time, so I'm forced to give it in German. I beg your pardon. Mein Name ist Egon Hollander. Ich bin geboren im Jahre 1938 in damaligen Tschechoslowakei. 1938 war das Jahr, in dem der Zweite Weltkrieg angefangen hat, und kurz danach ist die Tschechoslowakei zerfallen in zwei faschistische Staaten. Das eine war deutsches Protektorat Böhmen und Mähren, und das andere war faschistische Republik Slowakei. Die Republik wurde von einem katholischen Priester präsidiert, der nach dem Krieg als Kriegsverbrecher verurteilt und gehängt wurde. Er hat sofort nach der Machtübernahme strenge antijüdische Gesetze angeordnet. Die Juden durften praktisch nichts machen, sie durften noch atmen, aber das war dann auch später in Auschwitz und in anderen Konzentrationslagern gelöst durch Giftgas. Nun, meine Eltern waren säkuläre, das heißt nicht religiöse Juden. Beide haben kaufmännische Ausbildung gehabt. Mein Vater war Offizier der tschechoslowakischen Armee, wie ich auch später. Den Juden wurde verboten, jegliche Tätigkeiten, also angestellt zu werden. Mein Vater aber hat eine Präsidialausnahme gehabt als nützlicher Jude, also er durfte weiterarbeiten, praktisch gratis, mit ganz minimalem Gehalt. Nach einer Zeit wurde dieser Schutz aber Schutz war, indem man nicht deportiert werden konnte. Nach kurzer Zeit aber ist dieser Schutz irgendwie verblasst und wir sind dann geflüchtet in die Berge, wo wir uns bei Bauern versteckt haben. Nun, im August 1944 ist in der Slowakei ein Aufstand gegen den Faschismus entstanden. Kurz danach haben deutsche Armeen die Slowakei besetzt und gerade danach haben die Deportationen in die Vernichtungslager angefangen. Nun, meine Eltern waren gut informiert. Sie wussten, was uns erwartet und das wollten sie mir nicht zumuten und sich selber auch nicht, dass wir das durchmachen müssen. Sie haben kleine Menge von Gift beschaffen und am Tag, wo die örtlichen Gardisten, das waren die Faschisten, mit einem deutschen Offizier uns abholen kamen, haben wir schnell ein Brötchen gegessen, in dem Gift drin war. Ich wusste das als Kind nicht. Und dann waren wir alle weg. Das war mein erster Quasi-Tod. Man hat uns gerettet, wahrscheinlich die Magen ausgepumpt und dann zu den anderen Juden in Gefängnis gesteckt. Bald darauf wurden wir auf Bahnhof getrieben, wo ein Zug wartete mit Viehwaggons. Man hat uns etwa zu 100 in ein Viehwaggons getrieben, sodass kein Platz war abzulegen. Den Waggon hat man plombiert und die Reise hat angefangen. Sie dauerte etwa 5 Tage, ich weiß es nicht ganz genau, unter unglaublichen, unmenschlichen Bedingungen. Nun, im Waggon war nur eine Aussparung etwa so groß, offen, durch die Luft in den Waggon kam und das war selbstverständlich für 100 Menschen ungenügend. Wir haben nichts zu essen gehabt, nichts zu trinken gehabt, selbstverständlich keine hygienischen Einrichtungen, also unbeschreibliche Verhältnisse. Wir kamen dann nach 5 Tagen an einen Ort an, man hat die Waggone geöffnet, alle, die noch konnten, mussten aussteigen, die Toten hat man weggebracht, das waren meistens ältere Leute, kleine Kinder und Leute, die irgendwie nicht ganz gesund waren. Und das Erste, was ich gesehen habe, als ich aus dem Waggon ausgestiegen bin, waren Riesenkamine, aus denen, also Riesen. Ich war 6-jähriges Kind, für mich war alles Riesen, aber es war wahrscheinlich schon groß genug, aus denen schwarzen Rauch kam und der roch nach verbranntem Fleisch. Wir waren in Auschwitz, wo man 400.000 ungarische Juden gerade verarbeitet hat, das heißt ermordet mit Ziankali, erdrosselt und verbrannt in Krematorien. Der schwarze Rauch waren die Reste von den Menschen, die man da verbrennt hat. Nun, am Bahnhof von Auschwitz wurden wir, Auschwitz war überlegt mit diesen 400.000 ungarischen Juden. Man hat uns dann weitergeschickt, das heißt, wir wurden wieder in die Waggons eingepfercht und die Reise ging weiter. Über den zweiten Teil der Reise erinnere ich mich gar nichts, aber es musste schrecklich sein. Wir kamen dann an einen Ort, also in Konzentrationslager Ravensbrück. Ravensbrück war Vernichtungslager für Männer. Es war nur ein kleiner Männerlager und Arbeitslager für Frauen. Man hat uns dann getrennt, die Männer auf eine Seite, Frauen auf die andere Seite. Und das war das letzte Mal, was ich meinen Vater gesehen habe. Er wurde, wie meine Tochter recherchiert hat, auch dann mit Giftgas erdrosselt und verbrannt. Wir sind dann ins Frauenlager gegangen. Vorerst wurden wir alle kahl geschoren und dann ging es in die Duschen. Nun, Duschen waren schon bekannt. Alle wussten, was da passiert. In Auschwitz und in anderen Lagern kam da Giftgas und die Leute waren grausam ermordet. Also die Frauen waren in Panik. Wir waren dann aber mit Gewalt in die Duschen getrieben und oh Wunder, da kam nur Wasser aus den Duschen. Nach dem Duschen haben wir dann die Häftlingskleider bekommen. Das war ein dünnes Pyjama. Es war schon Spätherbst, es war bitterkalt und wir haben dieses dünnes Pyjama gehabt. Wir gingen dann ins Lager. Der bestand aus Holzbaracken, in denen Pritschen waren, also dreistöckige Pritschen. An jeder Pritsche, also einem Holzbrett, lagen dann 5 Frauen mit Kindern, wenn vorhanden. Der Lageralltag bestand in dem, dass morgen früh, also ich weiß nicht, um 6 Uhr oder so, es war noch dunkel, alle mussten in die bittere Kälte vor die Baracken in genauen Reihen aufstellen und es wurde gezählt. Nun, es hat sehr lange gedauert in dieser Kälte, weil die Zahl nie gestummen hat. Viele Frauen sind in der Nacht gestorben oder waren so krank, dass sie nicht fähig waren zu Appell aufstehen. Und es war schrecklich, man musste stehen. Viele Frauen sind zusammengebrochen, die hat man dann geschlagen, bis sie wieder nicht aufgestanden sind. Irgendwann war dann das Appell fertig. Die Frauen gingen in die Umgebung zum Arbeiten, in die Landwirtschaft oder vielleicht in kleine Betriebe, weiß ich nicht. Wir Kinder blieben allein im Lager. Zum Glück war es Spätherbst und im Lager wuchsen riesen Buchsbäume. Von den Buchsbäumen bekanntlich fallen im Herbst kleine Nüsschen, Buchenecken heißt das, glaube ich. Und das war unsere Hauptnahrung. Die Buchennüsse sind sehr nahrhaft, sie haben so Öl. Und das war für uns die Rettung, für die Kinder. Wir waren sonst alleine auf uns gelassen. Alle Frauen sind weg, die waren weg. Nun, auf Lager Ravensbrück habe ich noch 2 Erinnerungen. Die eine ist schrecklich schön und die andere nur noch schrecklich. Eines Tages stand ich vor der Baracke und vor der Baracke war ein Zaun, elektrisch geladener Zaun, und hinter den Zaun sah ich einen Hang und auf dem Hang waren ein paar Häuser, ein kleines Dorf mit einer Kirche, mit einem Kirchturm, und das alles war durch Sonne beschienen. Es war das Paradies. Und ich war in der Höhle. Dieser Kontrast war fast unerträglich, es war schrecklich. Die zweite Erinnerung, die ist nur noch schrecklich. Ich stand wieder vor der Baracke und hinter dem Drahtenzaun habe ich einen Mann gesehen, in einem Abstand zu dem Zaun. Er hat zu uns vorüber geschaut. Er hat vielleicht gehofft, seine Frau oder vielleicht seine Kinder zu sehen. Ihm gegenüber gingen 3 SS-Männer und die haben auf ihn eingeschlagen, so lang, bis nur ein blutiges Brei aus ihm war. Und ich, 6-jähriges Kind, musste das zuschauen. Nun, ich habe schon zu diesem Zeitpunkt sehr viele Tote gesehen und auch grausame Sachen, aber das war doch auch für mich zu viel. Ich bin dann zusammengebrochen. Irgendwie habe ich mich dann erholt. Nun, das war schon zu Ende Jahres 44. Ich weiß keine genauen Daten, weil ich dem nie nachgegangen bin. Ich wollte von meiner Vergangenheit, bis ich etwa 45 Jahre alt war, nichts wissen. Ich habe meinen Kindern nichts erzählt. Und so weiß ich nicht genau, wo war was, und das will ich auch nicht wissen. Das, was ich weiß, das sage ich weiter. Meine Tochter ist dann dem nachgegangen. Von ihr weiß ich dann hier und da Informationen, zum Beispiel, wie mein Vater dann umgekommen ist. Es war schon Ende 1944 und die russischen Armeen waren schon nicht weit vom Lager und man hat dann das Lager liquidiert, das heißt, man hat uns ins nächste Lager gebracht. Wie wir dorthin gekommen sind, weiß ich gar nicht. Meine Tochter hat mir gesagt, dass wir dann doch mit einem Zug, also Viehzug, wieder transportiert wurden. Wir kamen dann im nächsten Lager, das war Bergen-Belsen, und das war ein Totenlager. Der einzige Zweck des Lagers war, so viel wie möglich, so schnell wie möglich und so billig wie möglich uns zu Tode zu bringen. Die Umstände im Lager waren unbeschreiblich. Es waren wieder Holzbaracken, aber die haben schon keine Pritschen, man lag am nackten Boden. Es war schon fast Winter, oder es war schon Winter, weiß ich nicht. Schreckliche Kälte. Es waren Millionen von Ungeziefer, Läuse, was weiß ich was. Menschen, praktisch alle wurden krank. Die Krankheiten wurden durch diese Läuse übertragen. Menschen starben in Hunderten. Jeden Tag hat man Hunderte abtransportiert und eine Halde geworfen. Ich habe noch eine Erinnerung an dieses Lager. An Ecken des Lagers waren Wachtürme und oben saßen die SS-Männer und wir Kinder sind jedes Morgen unter die Türme gegangen und die SS-Männer, die Wachen, haben Langeweile gehabt und hier und da, vielleicht einmal pro 2 Stunden, haben sie ein kleines Stückchen Brot heruntergeworfen und haben Plausch an dem gehabt, zu sehen, wie wir Kinder um das gekämpft haben. Dann später, und das ist die schlimmste Erinnerung, die ich überhaupt habe, ist meine Mutter, wie alle anderen auch, an Typhus erkrankt und wurde in eine andere Baracke versetzt. Und ich bin zu ihr gegangen. Ich muss erklären, in welcher Situation wir schon uns befunden haben. Ich habe ein Buch, oh, das habe ich, ja, von Dr. Collis, von dem werde ich später noch erzählen. Er ist mit der britischen Armee ins Lager gekommen und hat ein Buch über Bergen-Belsen und das, was dort geschehen ist, geschrieben. Im Buch ist auch meine Diagnose nach der Befreiung. Und in dem Buch, schade, dass ich das nicht genommen habe, sind Zeichnungen von uns Kindern, die er dann unter seine Obhut genommen hat. man sieht, wie wir ausgesehen haben. Wir waren alle Skelette mit Haut überzogen, alle krank. Und das einzige Gefühl, das wir hatten, war Hunger. Nun, ich bin dann meine Mutter besuchen gegangen. Die wurde in eine andere Baracke verlegt. Und das Einzige, was ich fähig war zu machen, war, dass ich sie angeschrien habe, sie soll mir Essen geben. Sie lag im Sterben. Kurz darauf ist sie dann gestorben. Und das ist die schlimmste Erinnerung, die ich habe. Nun, ich will das weiter nicht, also jeden Morgen, wenn wir aufgewacht sind, es lagen neben uns die Toten, die hat man dann abtransportiert. Und also es war unbeschreiblich, unmenschlich, aber der Krieg ging dann schon zu Ende. Die britische Armee war nicht weit vom Lager. Die SS-Wachen sind dann geflüchtet und haben uns auf uns alleine gelassen. Das wäre eigentlich sehr positiv, aber auch das Einzige, was wir noch bekommen haben, eine Warmwassersuppe mit Kartoffelschalen drin, das ist auch nicht mehr gewesen. Nun, aber die britische Armee kam an die Grenzen des Lagers und sie war nicht fähig, ins Lager einzumarschieren. Das, was sie gesehen und hauptsächlich gespürt, gerochen haben, das war schrecklich. Es war ein schreckliches Todesgeruch, also nach toten Körpern, zerfallenen Körpern, Fäkalien, unmenschliche Bedingungen. Das war schlimmer als die Höhle, die von Dante beschrieben war. Das war ein Paradies gegenüber dem, was wir da erlebt und überlebt mussten. Die britische Armee hat sich dann organisiert und nächsten Tag, glaube ich, sind dann Sanitätseinheiten ins Lager gekommen. Nun, das ist der Punkt, wo meine schlimmste Geschichte und meine einzige schlimme Geschichte im Leben zum Glück endete. Ich hatte etwa ein paar Stunden noch zu leben, vielleicht noch ein paar Tage. Ich war praktisch tot, wie alle anderen auch. Und ich war dann befreit. Mein Glück war, dass mit der britischen Armee kam ein irischer Kinderarzt, freiwillig, und er hat sich uns, die überlebenden Kinder, wir waren etwa 20, wenn ich mich richtig erinnere, um die 20 von Tausenden von Kindern, die dann gestorben sind. Und er als Kinderarzt wusste, wie er mit uns umgehen sollte. Nun, die meisten Menschen, die noch überlebt haben, vielleicht nicht die meisten, aber sehr viele sind gestorben nach der Befreiung, weil sie Essen bekommen haben und unser Organismus war nicht mehr eingestellt auf Verarbeitung des Essens und sie sind dann unter schrecklichen Schmerzen gestorben. Dr. Collis aber wusste, dass er mit uns anders umgehen sollte. Er hat uns 5-mal täglich mit ganz kleinen Portionen Essen versorgt und so haben wir alle, nicht alle, 2 sind noch gestorben und der Rest hat dann überlebt. Und ich will dann nicht mehr über diese Story weiterreden. Dr. Collis hat für uns dann, wir waren alle bewegungsunfähig. Wir konnten nur liegen, wir konnten uns nicht bewegen. Er hat für uns dann in Schweden ein Krankenhaus nur für uns Kinder organisiert und wir sind dann mit Rotkreuzzug und Schiff, also das Zug ist auf Schiff gegangen, so sind wir dann nach Malmö gekommen. Da habe ich noch eine Erinnerung. In dem Zug lag ich es waren dreistöckige Pritschen, ich lag an der oberen Pritsche und ich habe Sicht aufs Fenster gehabt und wir sind dann stundenlang über eine Trümmerstadt gefahren. Wir haben Menschen gesehen, die Deutschen, die elend ausgesehen haben und wir sind durch die Trümmer von Berlin gefahren und wir waren glücklich, dass wir diese Mörder in dieser Position gesehen haben, dass ihnen auch Schlechtes passiert ist. Nun, in Schweden, in Malmö, sind wir ein Jahr in diesem Krankenhaus gewesen. Wir waren schon verhältnismäßig aufgepäppelt, also wir waren schon bewegungsfähig, noch immer sehr krank alle, aber schon doch halbmenschlich. Nach einem Jahr hat man dann das Krankenhaus aufgelöst und die Kinder wurden verteilt. Vor dieser Zeit hat man dann durch Rotkreuz die Listen von Überlebenden in die ganze Welt verschickt und mich hat meine Tante in der Slowakei, in der Tschechoslowakei gefunden und angefordert. Die Tante hat sich mit ihrem Mann in den Bergen der Slowakei versteckt und so hat sie überlebt und so bin ich dann zu ihr gekommen. Ich war aber noch nicht fähig für normales Leben. Ich ging noch für ein Jahr ins Sanatorium in Hohen Tatras und nach einem Jahr dann kam ich zu Tante und Onkel. Sie lebten in einer Kleinstadt und also meine Situation war die, ich war schon 9-jährig, habe aber keine Schule gehabt und konnte nicht mehr die Landessprache, weil die meisten Kinder sprachen Polnisch und ich habe auch nur Polnisch gesprochen und Slowakisch, meine eigene Sprache, habe ich vergessen. Nun, ich bin dann in die Primarschule gegangen, ich habe schnell die Sprache gelernt, ich habe dann schnell die 2 Jahre nachgeholt und ich habe mich an der Schule aber ganz schlecht gefühlt. Es war eine streng katholische Schule, jeden Morgen hat man gebetet und man musste immer in die Kirche gehen. Ich konnte mich da nicht anwohnen und die Kinder waren mir auch ziemlich fremd. Sie haben ganz andere Geschichte gehabt wie ich. Dann aber im Jahre 1948 ist in der Tschechoslowakei ein Putsch, ein kommunistischer Putsch von Russland initiiert geschehen. Das heißt die Demokratische Tschechoslowakische Republik. Und das war eine hochindustrialisierte Republik, die war etwa zwischen den 10 besten Ländern der Welt vor dem Krieg und auch nach dem Krieg. Und da plötzlich kam dieser Kommunismus mit Stalinismus. Es war schrecklich. Also das Erste, was sie gemacht haben, sie haben alles verstaatlicht. Das heißt, alle Besitzungen wurden verstaatlicht. Auch die Bauern, man hat ihnen alles weggenommen, Felder und Vieh, alles. Und dann sind die Menschen einfach Angestellte geworden. Die Bauern mussten in Kolchosen arbeiten und es hat ihnen nichts gehört und den anderen auch nichts. Plötzlich hat es keinen Sinn mehr gehabt zu arbeiten. Das heißt, nach kommunistischer Devise hat alles allen gehört, aber die Konsequenz war, dass niemandem nichts gehört hat. Gleichzeitig ist eine Währungsreform erfolgt. Man hat 50 alte Kronen für eine neue Krone gewechselt, aber das nur bis ein Limit von, glaube ich, 10.000 Kronen. Und da war der Zweck des Kommunismus absolut erfüllt. Wir waren alle gleich arm. Dann war noch eine Reform, es war keine Reform, es war ein Movement gegen die Kapitalisten. Nun, Kapitalisten waren alle, die etwas besetzt haben. Mein Onkel war Maschineningenieur, in Budapest hat er promoviert und hat eine kleine Werkstatt für Autoelektrik gehabt. Also er war auch Kapitalist, obwohl nie einen Angestellten gehabt. Die Werkstatt ging wunderbar, im Umkreis von mindestens 100 Kilometer war keine andere Möglichkeit, Autoelektrik zu reparieren. Die Werkstatt wurde dann enteignet und das hat niemanden interessiert, dass keine Werkstatt mehr existierte. Einfach dieses System war blind, die Menschen haben ihn überhaupt nicht interessiert, obwohl das war Diktatur des Proletariats, wie sie das deklariert haben, ein schreckliches Wort sowieso. Nur das Proletariat hat nicht viel zu sagen gehabt, das waren die Bonzen, die alten Kommunisten, die die Macht übernommen haben. Nun, mein Onkel als Kapitalist durfte dann nirgendwo angestellt werden, also unsere Existenz war ziemlich bedroht. Zum Glück, ich habe immer im Leben Glück gehabt, immer eine schlechte Situation hat sich dann eigentlich als gut geändert. Zu diesem Zeitpunkt war in Košice, das ist die zweitgrößte Stadt der Slowakei, hat man ein riesen Stahlwerk gebaut, Stahlwerk für die Waffen. Und da hat man Leute gesucht, hauptsächlich Techniker gesucht. Man hat nicht gefragt über die Vergangenheit. Wer sich gemeldet hat, den haben sie angestellt. Und mein Onkel als Maschineningenieur sowieso. Und so sind wir dann nach Košice umgesiedelt. Das war gerade die Zeit, wo ich die Primarschule beendet habe mit besten Noten. Und wir sind dann nach Košice umgesiedelt. Nun, in Košice hat mein neues Leben angefangen. Ich habe da Freunde gefunden und ich habe dann normales Leben gelebt unter den kommunistischen Umständen. Was ich noch nicht gesagt habe, alles war Planwirtschaft, sogenannte Planwirtschaft. Man hat alles für 5 Jahre nach vorne geplant, und zwar von Leuten, die keinen Verstand über Wirtschaft hatten. Das waren Funktionäre. Also es war Katastrophe, alles war Mangel. Das war eine Mangelwirtschaft. Diese Planung war einfach unmöglich, neben den Menschen geplant. Es war nicht, Toilettenpapier konnte man nicht kaufen, weil man zu wenig geplant hat. Alles war durcheinander, nichts hat funktioniert. Ich bin dann, mein bester Freund war der Sohn eines Generals, der Rektor der Universität, der Fakultät, militärischen Fakultät war. Und das war die beste medizinische Schule in der Tschechoslowakei und alle wollten auf die Schule. Ich war jeden Nachmittag bei meinem Freund und da kamen Pakete mit Fressalien. Nun, man muss dann noch das System erklären. Das kommunistische System in der Tschechoslowakei und in allen diesen kommunistischen Ländern bestand aus unglaublicher Korruption. Alles war korrupt, ohne Schmierung lief gar nichts. Und so kamen diese Pakete für den Vater, um die Kinder, ihre Kinder auf diese medizinische Fakultät zu bringen. Wir haben sie selbstverständlich dann geöffnet und uns gut getan. Da war die ausländische Schokolade, alles Sachen, die man in Tschechoslowakei nicht erhalten konnte. Das ist nur zu zeigen, was für Korruption da geherrscht hat. Nun, ich wollte eigentlich Medizin studieren, aber als ich diese Korruption in diesem medizinischen Bereich gesehen habe, habe ich mich entschieden, ich werde Chemie studieren, und so bin ich nach der Matura Medizin studieren gegangen. Ich habe die Matura mit Summa Cum Laude gemacht, also Auszeichnung, und nein, nur mit den besten Noten, das war dann die Hochschule. Zurück. Also ich bin auf die Hochschule, auf die chemische Fakultät der Technischen Hochschule in Bratislava. Ich habe den besten Internat bekommen, weil ich privilegiert war. Ich war ein sehr guter Schüler, das war das eine, aber hauptsächlich, ich habe Paragraph 201 gehabt. Der Paragraph besagte, dass ich Teilnehmer am nationalen Aufstand gegen Faschismus war. Und das waren alle, die in Konzentrationslager waren, neben den Partisanen selbstverständlich. Und so habe ich absoluten Anrecht auf den besten Internat, also Schülerheim gehabt. Im 3. Jahr habe ich dann aber das schlimmste Internat in der Stadt bekommen, und ich war sehr überrascht. Ich bin dann auf Dekanat gegangen und habe gefragt, ja, wieso habe ich mit meinen Voraussetzungen nicht das beste Internat? Die wollten dann nicht mit der Wahrheit ausrücken. Am Ende haben sie dann zugegeben, der Parteichef meines Jahrgangs hat mich verpetzt, dass ich mich in schlechter Gesellschaft bewege, und die schlechte Gesellschaft waren meine jüdischen Freunde. Dann war es das schnell erledigt. Ich habe mein Papier gezeigt, und dann habe ich selbstverständlich das beste Internat bekommen. Auf dem Internat habe ich dann auch meine zukünftige Frau kennengelernt. Sie hat auch an der Technischen Hochschule Elektrotechnik studiert, und wir haben uns dann am Tag meiner Matura, wir haben dann geheiratet. Nun, bevor ich beendet habe, habe ich Matura gesagt? Sorry, das ist nicht Matura, ich verwechsle manchmal Sachen, aber das ist normal. Bevor ich dann das Diplom bekommen habe, wurde ich auf Dekanat gerufen, und der Dekan hat mir gesagt, ich habe ein Problem, und zwar, ich habe nie einen Fach besucht, und das war wissenschaftlicher Marxismus. Für mich war das absoluter Quatsch, aber es war Pflicht, den Fach zu besuchen. Und der Dekan hat mir gesagt, er hat nämlich Interesse gehabt, dass ich den Diplom bekomme. Er musste auch eine Quote erfüllen. Ich sollte nur auf die letzte Stunde, auf die letzte Vorlesung von diesem Fach kommen, mich anschreiben, und damit ist es erledigt. Das war auch so. Ich habe dann den Summa Cum Laude erhalten. Nach der Promotion, also an dem Tag der Promotion, haben wir geheiratet, und weil es war so, wir haben auch geheiratet, ich gebe es zu, weil es war die Pflicht, dass die Eheleute an einem Ort bleiben. Und so haben wir das garantiert gehabt. Ich habe dann ein Angebot für eine Stelle, also den besten Angebot erhalten. Das war das größte chemische Kombinat der Tschechoslowakei, war in Bratislava, und da habe ich Angebot, in die Forschungsabteilung einzutreten. Das habe ich dann gemacht. Ich greife noch zurück. Dieser Chef der Partei, der mich verpetzt hat, der hat die Schule mit Erfolg gemacht, aber nicht als kluger Mensch, sondern als Parteimitglied. Er hat sich entschieden, seine Karriere wird nicht die technische, sondern die Parteikarriere, und das ist ihm dann gelungen. Das heißt, ich ging in dieses chemische Kombinat, in die Forschungsabteilung, und dieser Parteimensch, der ist gerade Vizedirektor geworden, ohne jegliche Erfahrung. Nur weil er aktiver Parteimitglied war, ist er gerade Vizedirektor geworden. Okay, ich war da ziemlich glücklich in der Forschungsabteilung. Es war für mich sehr interessant. Ich wusste, dass ich keine Aussicht auf Karriere habe, weil ohne Parteimitgliedschaft konnte man keine Karriere machen. Ich bin dann trotzdem nach, glaube ich, 1,5 Jahren der Stellvertreter des Direktors geworden. Und das war nicht nur gut, weil in gleicher Abteilung war ein Parteimitglied, ein alter, nicht sehr fähiger Ingenieur. Und für den war ganz klar, er hat Anrecht auf diese Stelle, nicht ich, nicht Parteimitglied. Und dann hat er mir das Leben ein wenig zur Sau gemacht, aber es war nicht schlimm. Nun, ich war da sehr ambitiös, als ich die Stelle angetreten habe. Ich dachte, ich kann mich da sehr gut verwirklichen, und ich habe viele Verbesserungsvorschläge gemacht, viele Patente angemeldet, aber aus nichts war nichts. Es war fast nie verwirklicht, weil es gab kein Geld. Die Wirtschaft war ruiniert. Es gab keine Möglichkeit, irgendwas zu machen. Das habe ich nach kurzer Zeit dann auch realisiert. Und dann bin ich auch in die Apathie, wie alle anderen, gefallen. Es macht keinen Sinn, sich anzustrengen. Nun aber dann im Jahre 1967 kamen plötzlich einige jüngere Leute in die Regierung und an wichtige Stellen. Die waren alle durch Parteimitglieder, alte Parteimitglieder besetzt. Das waren keine technischen Leute, alles Parteimitglieder. Und diese jungen Leute, die waren wahrscheinlich auch in der Partei, aber sie haben eigene Ideen gehabt und sie haben sie dann doch auch verwirklicht. Und plötzlich ist die ganze Wirtschaft aufgeblüht, nicht nur Wirtschaft, auch Kunst. Das ganze Leben ist plötzlich aufgeblüht. Man nennt das Prager Frühling. Das war die Zeit des unglaublicher Entwicklung. Es ging sehr gut, so gut, dass es für Russland, für Sowjetunion, wie es damals hieß, gefährlich geworden ist, weil die anderen sozialistischen Länder haben das Beispiel der Tschechoslowakei gesehen und wollten auch in diese Richtung gehen. Und es bestand für Russland eine große Gefahr, dass das sozialistische System zusammenfällt, weil die Grundprinzipien verletzt werden. Nun, sie haben dann im August 1944 in einer Nacht die Tschechoslowakei überfallen. Die russische Armee, unterstützt auch durch einige sozialistische Armeen, die mitmachen mussten. Sie haben Tschechoslowakei besetzt und gleich alle Reformen zurückgenommen. Alles war wieder auf dem katastrophalen Niveau wie vorher. Ich habe gesehen, ich kann in diesen Umständen nicht leben, insbesondere weil es eine Gefahr noch bestand, dass die Slowakei zum Russland zugeschlagen wird. Es grenzt mit der Ukraine und die Ukraine war eine sowjetische Republik. Also es war die Gefahr, dass wir Teil der Sowjetunion werden. Für mich war das eine schreckliche Vorstellung. Ich habe gesehen, ich muss flüchten. Nun, zu dieser Zeit war es sogar möglich. Es war nie möglich, ins Ausland zu gehen, einen Pass zu bekommen. Das müsste man schon Spezialbedingungen haben. Aber plötzlich war es möglich. Wieso? Die Russen haben realisiert, dass sie nicht so leicht die Tschechoslowakei beherrschen. Sie müssen die Intelligenz loswerden. Und darum haben sie eigentlich die Grenzen geöffnet. Nicht offiziell, aber wenn einer mit einer höheren Position kam und um Pass angefragt hat, war es kein Problem. Und so habe ich dann auch um den Pass angefragt. Ich musste noch mit meiner Familie das klären, weil zu diesem Zeitpunkt habe ich 2 Kinder gehabt, zwei Töchter. Die größere hat 4,5 und die kleine hat 4 Wochen, als die Russen kamen. Also war fast unmöglich zu flüchten. Zum Glück habe ich ein kleines Auto, einen Fiat 600, gekauft im gleichen Jahr. Ein altes Auto, 12-jähriges, für Preis eines neuen. Nämlich ein Auto in der Tschechoslowakei zu bekommen, war auch fast unmöglich. Man konnte sich anmelden und mindestens 6 Jahre warten und dann unter Umständen hat man das Auto bekommen. Aber ich habe eins. Und so haben wir entschieden zu flüchten. Nun, selbstverständlich, wir sind nach nach Österreich geflüchtet. Wien ist nämlich nur 60 Kilometer von Bratislava entfernt, nur durch den Donau getrennt. Aber das war eine andere Welt, das war kapitalistische Welt. Es war ein eiserner Vorhang zwischen den sozialistischen Ländern und den kapitalistischen Ländern. Es gab überhaupt keine Verbindung. Wir haben auch nicht über die Lebensumstände in kapitalistischen Ländern gewusst. Man hat uns immer gesagt, es ist schrecklich, die Leute sterben von Hunger und so. Wir haben das selbstverständlich nicht ganz geglaubt, aber wir haben wenig Informationen gehabt. Nun, so sind wir nach Wien geflüchtet, mit den 2 kleinen Kindern, aber mit dem Auto ging's. Und ich bin dann zu dieser Zeit war die ganze Welt für Tschechoslowaken geöffnet. Die ganze Welt hat gesehen, was geschehen ist und alle waren offen für Empfang der Tschechoslowaken, hauptsächlich, wenn sie gute Berufe hatten. Und ich und meine Frau haben die guten Berufe gehabt. Also wir waren überall willkommen. Ich war an der amerikanischen Botschaft, kanadischen, Großbritannien. Überall haben sie gesagt, pack deine Familie, morgen fliegst du. Ich bin dann glücklich nach Hause gekommen und habe meiner Frau gesagt, packen wir, morgen gehen wir nach Amerika. Sie hat gesagt, nein, sie geht nicht. Wir haben nämlich in der Tschechoslowakei, in Bratislava, die Eltern meiner Frau zurückgelassen und sie waren jetzt alleine, weil sie hatte eine Schwester gehabt, aber in Bratislava, die ist eine Woche vor uns geflüchtet, weil ihr Mann, ein Arzt, wurde in die Schweiz eingeladen, also er hat sowieso problemlos Pass bekommen und sie hat gesagt, sie will nicht weit weggehen und sie will dorthin gehen, wo ihre Schwester. Okay, so sind wir dann in die Schweiz gekommen. Und gerade nach Zürich, weil die Schwester in Zürich war. Für mich wäre es besser nach Basel, weil da waren die großen chemischen Firmen. Aber wir sind nach Zürich und nach 3 Tagen habe ich ein Arbeitsangebot bekommen, wieder der beste, den es gab. Und zwar in Zürich hat man gerade kürzlich eine neue Firma gegründet, Philips Semiconductors. Das war eine Firma, die integrierte Schaltungen, also heute heißen sie Computerchip, ganz blöder Name, aber so heißen sie. Und ich wurde da angestellt, wieder in die Forschungsabteilung, aber bald habe ich dann die chemische Abteilung und dann habe ich Karriere weitergemacht. Und das war Anstellung meines Lebens. Es war nämlich für mich keine Arbeit, es war mehr Hobby. Ich habe nach kurzer Zeit mich in die Technologie eingelebt und ich bin so ein Typ, der das Neue liebt und versucht, Probleme zu lösen. Heute nicht mehr, aber damals. Nun, ich wurde dann außer meiner offiziellen Funktion der Troubleshooter geworden. Ich habe versucht, die Probleme zu lösen und weiß Gott, es waren keine einfachen Probleme. Die Halbleitertechnologie ist die allerkomplizierteste und allerkomplexeste Technologie, die es überhaupt gibt. Ich werde darüber nicht näher sprechen, es macht keinen Sinn, aber ich habe dann die ganze Entwicklung auch mitgemacht. Die Grundeinheit ist ein Transistor, egal was es ist. Wir haben am Anfang integrierte Schaltungen mit 4 Transistoren gemacht, dann mit 8, 16, 32. Diese Entwicklung folgt nämlich einem ungeschriebenen Gesetz, wie heißt denn das, egal, und er besagt, dass die Kapazität der Halbleiter in 18 Monaten verdoppelt sich. Und so war es auch. 4, 8, 16, 32. Ich war in der Firma, bis ein Chip, das ist die Grundeinheit, etwa 1 Quadratzentimeter, 1 Million Transistoren pro Schaltung gehabt hat. Nun, mit dem Chip konnte man schon viel machen, nicht so viel wie heute. Man konnte nicht menschliche Gesichter erkennen und so, aber es war schon ziemlich viel, was man mit diesem Chip anfangen konnte. Und eben mein Ruf als Troubleshooter hat sich dann auch in der Schweizer Industrie und auch im nahen Ausland, ich wurde dann bekannt und man hat mich angefragt, um Hilfe zu bieten. Aber vorher noch, ja, das habe ich vergessen, als Troubleshooter war ich erst im Konzern gefragt. Man hat mich dann hauptsächlich nach Asien, wo wir Riesenfabriken hatten und wo wir auch chinesische Halbleiterfabriken übernommen haben und die haben Riesenprobleme gehabt und sie haben mich immer angefordert und der Konzern hat mich freigegeben, um diese Probleme in China, in Taiwan und Hongkong zu lösen. Und so habe ich ziemlich in der Welt herumgereist. Es war sehr schwierig. Die Chinesen zu dieser Zeit, und das war Mitte der 80er Jahre, die waren noch in einem ganz primitiven Stadium. Englisch konnte keiner und ich sollte dorthin gehen und Probleme lösen, die man mir nicht gut erklären konnte. Es war äußerst schwierig, aber ich habe es überdurchschnittlich geschaut, also statistisch überdurchschnittlich. Und so, es hat mich auch riesen Spaß gemacht. Erstens reise ich sehr gern und für mich war das eine neue Welt, die ich da entdeckt habe. Und zweitens, es hat mich auch technisch interessiert. Nun, dann habe ich gesagt, das hat dann auch in der Schweiz, war mein Ruf gut. Und so habe ich mit 61 Jahren entschieden, ich gehe in die Rente und gründe meine eigene Firma, Consulting-Firma. Das habe ich dann auch gemacht. Ich habe dann einige Jahre diese Consultings für Schweizer und nahen Umland Consulting gemacht, wahnsinnig gut bezahlt. Aber dann im Jahre 2005 hat Bundesrat durch Bundesamt für Medizin mich angefragt, ob ich bereit wäre, die Leitung der neu gegründeten Kommission für Nanotechnologie zu übernehmen und gleichzeitig die Leitung der Schweizer Delegation beim Internationalen Kongress für Nanotechnologie. Nun, ich habe mir das nicht ganz zugetraut. Ich habe einen Professor gefunden, der das machen wollte, aber der hat nach einem halben Jahr gesagt, es ist für uns zu viel. Und so bin ich dann eben eingetreten in die Nanotechnologie. Nun, das war wieder eine Steigerung noch in meinem Leben. Die Nanotechnologie, ohne auf Einzelheiten einzugehen, ist die Overall Technology. Das heißt, es sind alle wissenschaftlichen Bereiche in dem integriert. Es war etwas ganz Neues und ich habe das Glück gehabt, ich durfte bei den Ausarbeiten der Grundlagen dieser neuen Technologie mit namhaften Wissenschaftlern mitzuarbeiten. Es war eine wunderbare Zeit für mich. Dann im Jahre 2017, als ich 79 Jahre alt war, habe ich gesehen, es reicht jetzt. Sowieso die Arbeit in der Nanotechnologie. Wir haben die Grundprobleme schon gelöst und jetzt war das meistens spezifische Probleme. Das hat mich nicht interessiert. Ich habe entschieden, in Rente zu gehen und das habe ich dann auch gemacht. Und ich bin jetzt ein glücklicher Rentner, mache gar nichts, vielleicht diese Vorträge hier und da und bin ganz glücklich mit meinem ruhigen Leben. Nun, warum ich das alles erzähle? Ich bin ja ein Zeitzeuge des 20. Jahrhunderts mit allen seinen Katastrophen, aber auch mit seiner Segnung. Also ich habe den Faschismus, den Sozialismus erlebt, aber dann auch die Demokratie. Und die Demokratie ist das Beste aller Systeme. Es gibt nichts, nur ähnlich Gutes. Das Problem ist, dass es heute von der Jugend abgelehnt wird, wegen extremen Ideologien, die meinen, sie können es noch besser machen. Leider stimmt das nicht. Hauptsächlich besteht die Gefahr der Beeinflussung junger Leute von der linken Seite. Die rechte Seite ist eigentlich kein Problem. Die deklarieren, was sie wollen. Sie wollen die Ausländer raus und so. Ihre Ziele sind ganz klar. Die große Gefahr besteht in den sozialistischer Propaganda und selbstverständlich religiöse Sachen. Das ist nicht, was ich jetzt reden will darüber, aber das ist eine große Gefahr. Ich sage absichtlich jetzt Islam, eine rückständige Religion, aber darüber will ich nicht reden. Ich will über die sozialistische Agitation reden, die versprechen, das Schönste, alle Menschen sind gleich. Junge Leute fliegen darauf. Es gibt so viele extremistische Parteien heute, Rechte und Linke. Aber die Linke sind für mich gefährlich, weil sie sich leicht beeinflussen lassen. Nämlich auch die heutigen Sozialisten, zum Beispiel in der Schweiz, das sind eine normale demokratische Partei. Aber sie sind das nur so lang, bis sie nicht die absolute Macht übernehmen. In dem Moment sind sie ein diktatorisches System, wie wir das erlebt haben in der Tschechoslowakei, wo wir haben ein schönes Beispiel, und das ist, ja, es ist schon fertig, ist Korea. Ich werde das noch erwähnen. Korea ist ein Land, wo überall Koreaner sind, genetische Koreaner. Es gibt aber zwei Staaten, Nordkorea, ein extrem sozialistisches Land. Sie bezeichnen sich als Sozialisten, hat mit Sozialismus schon gar nichts mehr zu tun. Sie sind dann ein armes Land, einer der ärmsten Länder, aber sie sind sehr stark in der Waffenindustrie. Das ist für sie wichtig. Ja, ich mache Graz. Auf der anderen Seite gibt es Südkorea, ein reiches Land, einer der meistentwickelsten Länder der Welt. Nun, gleiche Menschen, genetisch gleiche Menschen, zwei Systeme, mehr muss ich nicht sagen. Es zeigt den Unterschied von Systemen, und das will ich euch jungen Leuten auf Herz legen. Lasst euch nicht von schönen Worten, schönen Ideologien beeinflussen. Bleibt immer, was ihr seid, und seid kritisch. Alles, was in euch gesagt wird, überlegt, kann das wahr sein? Das ist die einzige Message, die ich weitergeben kann. Danke für die Aufmerksamkeit. Danke.
Herr Hollander, thank you for entrusting us with your memories. It's a gift that we're never going to forget. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It is clear that we are at an inflection point in the history of humanity. On our current trajectory, we're headed towards the emergence of something that we are all struggling to describe.
Teachers at this primary school in China know exactly when someone isn't paying attention. These headbands measure each student's level of concentration.
Are now using similar techniques to generate blueprints for new proteins. These proteins, which aren't found in nature, could potentially improve our ability to fight disease.
The rate of improvement of AI is faster than any technology I've ever seen by far.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we delve into the fascinating world of artificial intelligence, a technology that is both revolutioning our lives and shaping the future. AI's impacts span across numerous industries, from finance to healthcare and transportation and entertainment. It is crucial to discuss AI not only because of its transformative potential, but also due to the ethical considerations as well as vast societal impact. As we navigate this new horizon, we must balance the wonderful opportunities AI offers with the challenges it presents, ensuring that these benefits are accessible to all and the risks are responsibly managed. Let's explore how AI can drive innovation, improve our lives, and create a more equitable future for everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanish Marvaha. I'm an 11th grade student from IZL, and I'm excited to share this panel with you all today. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome experienced professionals who are equally excited to discuss this issue. Please hold your applause until I finish introducing all of our distinguished panelists. Sitting next to me is Mr. Yari Vadan, founding partner of Ellipsis and an AI expert who now invests in early-stage AI deep tech startups. We also have Ms. Erika Martins, designer from Sweden whose work explores AI's application into creative sectors like art and food. Also joining us is Ms. Tilke Judd, an expert in AI's applications in biology. We're also honored to have Ms. Grace Dansiu, board member at human rights organization Huradox, who will share her expertise on AI's role in human rights. Lastly, we also have Professor Michael Gerlich, head of the Center of Strategic Corporate Foresight and Sustainability at SBS, who is excited to share his experience on the societal response to AI. Let's all extend a warm round of applause to every one of these amazing speakers. With all being said, let's dive right into the discussion. Now, many of us have been exposed to AI, but this has primarily been in the form of large language models in generative AI. For example, ChatGPT-4, Bing AI, and etc. Yet the applications of AI reach far beyond what many of us are exposed to. For example, in biology, could you perhaps, Ms. Judd, explain how AI is applied in biology and some of your experiences?
Yes, great. Hello, everyone. I'm super excited to be here today. My name is Tilke, as he introduced, and I work at a very interesting company called Cradle, where we are applying the techniques of AI to biology. So how is it that we really do that? Well, as you are aware of for ChatGPT, there's the elements of large language models. These things are essentially ways of applying machine learning to natural language and human language. Well, what's very interesting, and what Cradle has been able to develop and prove, is that you can also apply these same techniques to the language of proteins, that we sometimes call proteinish, just for fun. And so the applications of that are really fascinating, because proteins are everywhere in the world, and they're in the materials that we use and in our bodies, and they're in drugs and vaccines. And a lot of biologists are trying to improve those proteins to make better drugs or make better materials. And doing that is actually very hard and very complex. And by applying the applications of machine learning, we can make much faster progress on that. Right? And so it's been really fascinating to see that we can work with pharmaceuticals to make drugs much faster, and we're working with a couple different startups that are finding alternatives to petroleum. And other applications are essentially finding ways of doing food made without animals, and that's just some of the applications that we see so far. And so how that applies to you as students here, I think in the future, as you're growing up, the types of materials and medicines that you'll have access to will vastly change. And also the types of opportunities you have for roles and jobs in life sciences is really fascinating, because there's really an explosion of opportunities in that space as we apply machine learning to this area.
So future surgeons, doctors, and physicians here should expect some interaction with AI in the future.
Definitely.
Definitely.
It's hitting all areas of life sciences.
One very interesting thing you brought up was, using AI for food. Now I know you use AI's application in food. Could you talk about specifically how you do it and what other areas you see it being applied in food or maybe even art?
Yeah, totally. So, can you hear me? Yeah. I come from a background of design, and my bachelor was in interaction design, and then I moved into more architecture and computational design, and a lot of working with robotics. And I think the fascinating thing with working with new technologies is also that we can start to question, like how do we want to interact with these new machines? How do we want to have this human machine collaboration? And I think that when we have this opportunity to actually collect all this mass of data and using AI to understand data in a very new way, there's big potential of understanding where your food is coming from, how the food is affecting your own body. So the whole food supply chain is a very complex system, right? And AI could really help to have more transparency within the supply chain, better understanding where your food is coming from, and actually seeing how it affects your body. So there's a lot of potential in that sense. And I think there's also, more from kind of the design and art perspective, it's also very interesting to think about how can machines also, look in different types of material, not only these kind of hard materials that we often see with the iPhone, with the computers, but thinking more of like living machines and living materials to also change that relationship that we have with technology. Because, if nature is the greatest technology, what is then technology? And if we can eat and if we can augment our food with data and actually eat technology, I think that we can start to ask a lot of different questions, also how we design society and how we design the future, and how do we actually want to create that future living together with these machines, right?
Thank you, that's very interesting. But I feel like for a lot of the audience, they define it sort of confusing or unnerving, how AI is directly involved in, let's say, like art that's very creative, or food has a direct impact on us. Now, I understand that like a lot of you are like, okay, AI, they're not as creative as humans, or they don't interact directly with, like, let's say, our consumption of food. Now, in terms of societal impact, how do you think something like this would fit into how human response would be to AI?
I think you're asking me, right? Yes. Well, first of all, AI is amazing. What it can do is outstanding. And the fields of application are limitless, right? So this we have to say. But the question is, and that's pretty much what I'm doing, I'm analyzing the societal impact of artificial intelligence. What is the human factor of AI implementation? So what does this mean for us humans? And while it helps in areas like we heard, biology or health, I expect enormous developments over the next few years, especially in the healthcare sector. Access to healthcare, affordable healthcare, will increase enormously, right? But at the same time, we have to think, well, what does it do with us? And let me address this. You're using all ChatGPT. Everyone does, or something similar. It's brilliant. And I recommend my students to do it. But we realize, studies have shown, when you just offload everything on the AI, the cognitive offloading has a negative impact on your critical thinking. That means if you're not using it in the correct way, you actually reduce your possibility to think critically. And that would be bad, right? And the same thing is we heard about new job opportunities that will come, right? But at the same time, especially when you use those tools not properly, let's assume on the job. I mean, your parents probably do that as well. They see the benefits of using Claude or ChatGPT or any other tool to improve, to write a letter, for example, or to get a quick answer to something. If you continue doing that more and more on the job, at the end, actually, the AI could do your job, right? So you have to be always careful that it will be a combination. And currently, we don't see that. We see risks that in society, it's rather being consumed, right? It is easy. I have to admit to you guys, right? When I was young, I knew all the telephone numbers of my parents, my friends, all that. Today, I don't even know my own telephone number because it's all in my phone. That is cognitive offloading, right? We don't have to think of that anymore. But AI goes way beyond that, right? We call it the Google effect, right? What we did in the past is we were looking for the answer in Google, right? But it didn't give us the real answer. It gave us sources, and we still had to do the critical thinking. But now AI does the thinking for us if we want. And that is where we have to be careful, right? And it is not, we shall not say that the tool is bad. How we use it can be bad. And this is important. So it is, I believe, a big benefit for society, but if we are not careful how we use it, and then you talked about ethics. Wow, I don't even want to start there because probably we're going to sit there in 2 days still, right, talking about ethics in AI. But yes, it has a huge impact. Positive, but we have to see that there are as well some darker sides where we should be a little bit more careful and pay attention.
Something very interesting that I want to perhaps ask you about is about the darker side and about the distribution, about who receives the most darker side. But if you look at AI, you have certain jobs that are more immediately at risk, or certain demographics who don't have access to, let's say, education to propel them into those higher jobs. Now, how can we as a society, ensure that those people are not left behind and we have equitable access to these technologies?
I mean, I will be in 10 days speaking at a conference, AI for Developing Countries at the United Nations, and it draws exactly that the global south is not falling back. But interestingly enough, so we work together with universities in Africa, for example, when it comes to implementation, they're not really falling back. And thanks to tools like the AI chatbots, you actually have an affordable access to AI. It is not that that you have to create your own large language model, right? You can, for example, as universities, as a business, a small language model, and the costs are even today, around 50,000 to start with, right, US dollars, and it reduces more and more and more. So the access to AI, I'm not really sure that that it will be difficult to access AI. I think we have to think about to support that they have access. It is not impossible. It's not that we need billions of investments to get people access, especially in education. I mean, tools like ChatGPT are amazing tutors. I mean, they can do sometimes what we educators cannot do. When I'm teaching, I'm telling my students always that probably my methodology is not reaching your needs, not even a single one of you. Because everyone has a different speed of learning, has a different way of processing, previous knowledge is different. AI can adjust to that. As a tutor, should not replace the educator, cannot replace the educator. But like I said, now giving access this to everyone, I believe is possible. We should support this with government support and institutional supports like, for example, schools or associations. Thank you.
If I may, I think AI is an equating technology. In the past, if you wanted high-end education, good one, you needed to live in a place or have the money to fly to a place where there's a good university and be able to pay 50,000 francs or dollars every year. If you wanted a good hospital, you needed to live near a good hospital. If you wanted to start a business and to learn how to start a business, you need to be in a place where someone can teach you. Now, at the cost of a phone and a very cheap access to an AI, all of that is available around the world. So I do think that this is actually a highly equating technology, and we should expect that actually, I think the lower and the middle tiers will have the biggest jump in terms of availability to improve their lives and skills.
And the disruption, I agree with you. I spoke, for example, to people in South Africa in a conference, and I said, I see more opportunities for disrupting the markets in those countries, because now with access to AI, they do not have to build the whole infrastructure that big corporations need, what you have, right? And it is the big corporations, they implement AI already, but for them it's a lot more difficult than for a startup. Let's say a legal company in the US, they use a lot those chatbots already, AI chat, like ChatGPT, in advising their customers, right, their clients. But the big legal companies, right, they have thousands of employees. Imagine someone comes fresh from the bar, uses ChatGPT, and has at his hand like 4 or 5 lawyers. He can offer now for $50 an hour the service, while the big companies ask $800, right? The disruption probably will come rather from those who had problems in the past to compete. So I fully agree.
Yet why should the big companies continue paying the people who offer their services at $800 an hour instead of directly going to AI as a solution?
At the moment, I believe, but there are people who are better qualified than I to say that currently, at the current stage, probably AI alone would not give you a 100% correct answer. There should be still someone who can, let's say, guide it. There's the critical thinking, what I'm always saying, the human part should be still there. Only a go to, let's say, ChatGPT and not to a lawyer, that is not really advisable. It gives you the first help and gives an understanding, but we are still not yet there.
I think we're very close to that point, and I think that in the very near future, there will be very few professions where you will be paid $800 an hour to read some text, analyze it, generate some other text, or to take information from one tool, process it, and put it in another tool. All of this kind of work, wherever, in a way you can think one way to look at it is people are using tools, but in many places, actually, tools are doing the work, and people are used to pass the data between the tools, and with some processing in between. And I think all of that will go away, and indeed there will be disruption, and maybe a company that earns $800 an hour will not lead that disruption, but you entrepreneurs will come and use the technology and offer the same service at a much lower cost, and in my opinion, at higher quality, and that will actually force the market into disruption, and it happened in the past, and I think like it's a matter of 3 to 5 years, not 10 to 20 years.
Tanish, can I go back to the point about the global equity? Because I do agree with Yariv and Michael that technology in general becomes a huge source of opportunity for people who never had it before. And I think that starts with the beginning of the internet. And the kid in the developing country who can take math courses from MIT for free, right, because of the internet, right? So that's been a long story. I think one thing you guys didn't mention that's important to note is that AI is better the more data it has, and we have to think about languages that don't have that much data. So we are lucky enough to speak the dominant language of AI and what most of it is being fed with. But for all those places that have lesser spoken languages, and especially languages where there's less content on the internet, the AI that can be developed on that is not as good. And then what they're now doing is they're generating, AI is great at translation too. You translate into the language and then train on that. But then you're getting into the cycle where, for example, if I try to speak to my children in German, which I'm not fluent in, their German would not be that good, right? It would be like that cycle. And so there is a disadvantage globally, and I wanted to point out that language difference.
So a big difference in language is, for example, coming here from the protein side, the protein language and the amount of available data about proteins on the internet is way smaller, right? So talking about small languages, that is an incredibly small language compared to English, compared to other languages. The protein language is extremely small, and getting new data is extremely expensive. So this is one of the places where there is massive opportunity, but the data available for it is not yet at the state of all the other models.
So do you see in the future, countries collaborating to share data, or do you think that countries are going to, hide it away to have, competitive advantage?
I think it's less about countries. I think it's more about entrepreneurs. Exactly. I think there are always creative, entrepreneurial founders that see an opportunity. For example, you said I invested. One of the companies that I'm investing is a company that is exactly solving the problem of generating data that provides, that discovers new protein at lower cost. So I think the technology exists where data is missing. It's actually an opportunity. And I think a lot of companies, good companies, are actually looking at that, identifying gaps where data can be monetized, and are looking at how to create it.
But it depends as well on industries. For example, the pharmaceutical industry, right? They have, some companies started in the past to digitize their clinical trials, for example. Others did not. They start only now, so it takes time to actually digitize the data, clean the data, and then you can use it for different research. So when you did a clinical test, for example, let's say for cancer, you could use those results as well, the test results for analyzing another disease. In the past, we couldn't do that, it wasn't possible. Now, some of the problem is now, and this is what I wanted to say, we all are very sensitive of our own data. And I can only recommend to do so, right? I always try, when I go to a web page, not to agree. And sometimes it takes me hours, actually, to get all the ticks off for the marketing, and because I don't want to give my data for free. Some I can't access anymore. But what I want to say is, all the data that helps us to develop further is not really free. It's not legally free, whether it's your health data, whether it is all the publications. We saw that in the news, right? That a lot of authors say, I do not agree that you actually take my published work and use that. So, and this is, I think, one of the biggest problems why it will take time, because we have a lot of data, but we don't have an open pool where we share all the data. Maybe corporations can cooperate, and I know from pharmaceutical companies that do not share the data, but what they do is they exchange the model and train it on the data of the other company, because data has a privacy issue, right? And that applies nearly in all disciplines, right? So yes, it is very important. AI cannot work without data. To get the data, we have a lot of data, but a lot is not really freely accessible. And this is where we will have to see developments.
Also, lastly, we're very short on time, so could you perhaps, Ms. Dansu, tell us how we can perhaps harness some of that data to help with human rights missions?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about that. So I'm the chair of the board of an NGO called Herodox, and Herodox is an organization that provides technology to human rights organizations. So it's kind of sitting at this intersection of technology and human rights. They've been around for more than 40 years. So when they started, when they were talking about technology, it was things like MS-DOS, and then it was the age of Windows. And so really, they've been helping human rights organizations use computers. And what does that mean? And so now, of course, it's AI. And an example of a project that we worked on that I think is pretty cool. So the UN has this process called the UPR, the Universal Periodic Review. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's a mechanism of the Human Rights Council. And what it is, it's universal, so every country periodically gets reviewed by other countries on their human rights record. And so, for example, if Switzerland is up on, in the spotlight, then every other country has, it's like 90 seconds to read a statement about what they think Switzerland is doing well with human rights and what they think Switzerland should improve on. And so every country gets reviewed every 4.5 years, and then this ends up being a record of not only what every country is commended and criticized for, but also you can see, oh, look, Somalia likes to point out these kinds of things. Turkey likes to point out these kinds of things. So if you're a diplomat, if you're an advocate, if you're a human rights defender for a certain type of human rights, you might want to say, like, which countries tend to care a lot about women's rights? I could find them as allies. Or which countries tend to think about disabled people a lot? I want to go talk to them. It would be great to have that information, but the UN, it does make all of this public, but it just records all the, everyone's transcribed, and then it's a PDF file that you can download from the UN website. So if you wanted to answer some of those questions, it would be really difficult. So a project that Herodox did, it used AI, it used natural language processing to parse the documents, to label the topics of what they're talking about and make this searchable so you can answer questions like that. And that was a process that had been done manually for years. They were about 5 years behind on the categorization, and then with the AI, they could catch up. And so being able to process big data, as we know, that is one of the things AI is good at. Suddenly, here's this use case where it's all public data, so there's no privacy issue here. It was just not organized in a usable way. And so AI enabled that to happen. So that's a really strong example of an AI for good, and how it's also not necessarily always about profit or how can I monetize this, but really how can I organize this to kind of enable countries to improve their human rights.
Thank you. That's very cool. Now, I feel like for all of you, I think you should realize there are many opportunities with AI, whether it be business, human rights, biology, art, investing, anything, right? But now we want to hear specifically about what you want to do, right? So we'll open the floor for any questions. There'll be people going around with microphones. Raise your hand. They will come to you with a question. Please state your name and school and speak loud and clear so they can answer the questions.
My name is Maximilian Christoph Schirmer, and I am a student at ISL. You use the word disruption very often when you talk about the future of AI and its use. What can we imagine under the word, or when you talk about it?
Yeah, I'm very sorry, yes. It's a term that we use when a market gets, disrupted, meaning it functions the way for quite some time, and then something happens that shakes up the whole market. And this is usually when something new enters the market. Now, the biggest disruption for the hospitality sector, for the hotel sector was, for example, Airbnb. When they came in, it disrupted the market. Nobody was prepared for it. It was an alternative that was offered that was so different from everybody else. And AI can help you with whatever idea, wherever you are, to disrupt a market where competitors have been competing and leading a market maybe for many years. Because now you have the opportunity to offer something a lot cheaper and, what Yarif said, even at a higher quality. And that is what we call a disruption. When you're just a new competitor that does the same than the others, that's not a disruption. A disruption is always when it impacts the market, that the market has to change totally. I hope that helps.
Yeah, you change the rules, basically.
In biology, I think one of the disruptions that we imagine seeing, that we expect to see, is that designing proteins was really only available for large companies who could pay lots of money to run big experiments. And the disruption that we expect to see is that when the cost of designing a protein goes way down, that people will be able to optimize proteins in a much smaller scale, much more like startups, maybe even in a garage. Like in the future, you could be designing new materials by optimizing the proteins based on the tools that are available. That is a disruption from the existing state.
I can add one thing too from the human rights angle. I think a lot of the discussion on AI and disruption in the human rights space is on surveillance. So when we think about facial recognition, big data processing, it's not even just about your face. There's things like gait recognition too, like how you're walking, plus having cameras everywhere and being able to store and process all that information. AI is a big game changer in the surveillance. Maybe some positive uses, a lot of potential negative use cases.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Does anybody have any other questions? Okay.
I'm Sophia. I go to the International School of Geneva. Because you guys mentioned the data privacy situation, how do you expect AI to impact social engineering? How would it disadvantage companies and advantage social engineers?
You want to talk about that? As an investor, what are you looking for?
In terms of social engineering, well, as an investor, first we look just to make sure we invest only in AI for good. In a sense, we want to make sure that the technology we invest will not harm in any way. I think definitely I think startups are less involved, but I think the large labs that are producing the forefront models that are, now everyone is realizing that they are posing a risk that at some point we lose control over AI. One of it is social issues. Other is, security, and there are all sorts of scenarios of how an AI that is very powerful that we do not understand can go rogue. So what they do, they understand that a single company cannot be trusted and doesn't have the resources to actually do it. So they work together across industry, education, countries, and other institutions, and they share before, for example, they release new technology, they give a few months access, and they plan ahead. And I think if before everyone was racing to release the next technology, now they're taking a little bit of time to review and think on the implications. I do think that the rate of technology at the moment is faster than our rate of ability to adapt to it and to plan to it. And usually making societal changes takes a much longer time, and it's much harder because you collaborate across many often inefficient entities. But at least, we've seen it in the past. We've seen it in the Industrial Revolution. We've seen it to some extent, with mobile and internet, especially in emerging markets. I hope that as a society, we will be responsible enough and put enough resources. Because the biggest question is, there are billions in developing the technology. Are we putting billions in making sure that the technology is responsible? Not yet. I think that there is imbalance. So I think we need to do that. But at least the last 2 years raised the awareness to that. Before that, people said, don't worry.
But I would like to add to this, there are always the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? And I think at what you correctly said, the pace of development is way faster than what we can do as a society or governments to keep up with it. And one tiny example that fascinated me always, that in 2018, the EU started the process for the EU AI Act, which passed in January 2024 only. And after 2 years, you will actually be punished if you don't follow the AI Act, which means, it takes so long to pass a regulation and to help to control that by then, technology evolved already so fast. So this is a problem that we have in societies. This is not because governments are bad, and this is not, but we are not constructed in a way to address this. And then we shall never forget there are the bad out there as well. And I had a talk with a few years ago with an AI developer about, when I said as well, government should regulate AI, and he said, Michael, we are way beyond that, can't be regulated. It's actually out in the open. It is open source in a way, right? And there will always be companies or there will always be researchers that will do what they shouldn't do, right? There are laws out there that you are not allowed to steal. Have you ever seen a person who stole something, had to go to jail? Ever, right? You know what I want to say. Even if you have a law, still, because we talk not even billion, trillion dollar businesses, right? Yeah, people will think, well, will I stay within the lines or am I trying to get an advantage? And that is not easy to handle, right? I'm not saying that we do something wrong, but we should be aware. We should raise awareness about that.
Just to finish, I think one of the things that the industries realize is that governments are not equipped to solve it. And the way to address that is to really collect the top 50, 100 AI experts that are recognized as such and have them agree together on the risks, on the timelines, on the way to mitigate. Because once you have such a large collection that they are all aligned, governments cannot choose and pick different voices for political reasons. And at the moment, because different voices are saying different things, it's very easy for every government to choose their experts. So I think that's the way forward, and I hope that this will indeed happen.
Can I add something? Because, Sophia, I don't know what you meant, but what you were thinking when you were saying social engineering, but what comes to mind for me, and what we haven't talked about yet, was we've talked a lot about AI text and chatbots, and we haven't talked about images and videos. And I think we are going through now the point where image and videos generated by AI are becoming indistinguishable from real ones. And so what is this going to mean for what we believe about information we receive? And I mean, you guys are all young people. What do you have a plan with your parents when you are traveling and you get robbed and you need to call your parents and they need to send you money so you can get home? How are they going to know that's really you and not an AI avatar of you, a scammer who's created an AI avatar of you? So, what's your plan for that? And these are kinds of things we never had to think about before, right? Now, before if you had heard the voice, you know it was real. Then if you saw the video, you knew it was real. And now these are all things that are not going to be distinguishable anymore in really just a few years. And so when you think about social engineering and what is truth and how will we know it's truth, Michael, you talked about our critical thinking skills maybe degrading at the same time when we might need them more than ever. So that's something I think about.
It is. I want to say carefully, an interesting time that we are living in, and it will become even more interesting. But we should raise awareness with all, not just with young people, I think with everyone, because what you said is so true. And already a big company in Japan lost several millions because the scammers did exactly that. They started with the normal email. I received those as well. And were saying, oh, please, we have to transfer quickly money here and there. Then they had a phone conversation. It was the CEO's voice. This was still not enough. And then they had a video conference. And they saw him. And then they transferred on the spot the money. They never got it back. So it's not just in our private, but as well in professional environment. There we have to be careful, and this is very tricky, right? When it comes to what kind of information do we trust? And AI is all about information, right? What is correct info, what is wrong information? Not easy.
I think that can also be very scary. I mean, I've seen the Will Smith, spaghetti video, and I've seen how that's transitioned. Also, now where scamming isn't something that would go have let's say, my vulnerable, not tech, oriented grandma, but now to full 700 million Japanese corporations. So now, guys, be careful, but also look for your individuality is what I think, right? So would you all agree? Also, now we want another question, perhaps from over there.
For a talk towards middle school ISFL, what is your opinion on AI robotics?
Who wants to take that one?
We invested in some robotics. I think, again, it's great, right? I think robotics brings the promise of, one, automating mundane tasks at much lower cost, but also there is huge shortage of people as the population ages and more, especially in healthcare and other care. Also, it's very hard to find people that work in the services areas. So robotics promise about that. I think we will see 2 generations of robotics. Already today, we're seeing robotic arms being integrated, sorting mail, sorting packages, sorting food, all of these logistical tasks. This is already implemented now and just becoming cheaper and better. And the next phase, of course, people are saying that in 10 years, everything around us will be autonomous, meaning it will have an understanding of what's going around, understanding of the task that it wants to do, and it will be able to go around without any support. This can be humanoids, but it can also be droids. It can also be all sorts of things on the ground. And I think, again, it touches the exact same aspects that we spoke before. On the one hand, this is a great opportunity to solve a lot of problems, to free people that are doing certain things that maybe people shouldn't be working at, to work at other stuff, to fill shortages of people in very important services that no one wants to work at the moment, and there is no commercial incentive to do it. But a world with robotics opens this whole can of worms on security, safety, trustworthiness, and at the end, of course, what are the rights of robots? And at some point, how should we treat them if they're so smart and so contributing to society? So I think it's happening now, and I think that in 10 years, the world will be unrecognizable in terms of the things that we'll see around us. That's right.
And we already can see that in China, for example, where they use autonomous robots quite a lot, autonomous driving, the taxis they have a lot, the whole cleaning of streets is done autonomously, right, in big cities. So the use there, it shows us what can come, and this is just the beginning. So I think we can expect there fast developments as well.
Yeah, so I also work in ETH, and we have the biggest robotic fabrication lab. And I think it's very interesting when you look at the construction industry and the architecture, how much you can optimize with robotics, and especially the robotics dogs, that you can really analyze a construction site and see exactly what state and really collaborate with the engineers. So I think when you also think about customized buildings, so you can really use environmental parameters and prefabricate or on-site fabrication with robotics, I think that has a huge potential. And also when we think about recycling buildings, for example, it's really difficult to recycle different elements of the building. And when you can start to use AI and AR to really identify different elements, then you can also start to reuse a lot of this. So I think in that sense, and also in healthcare, it has tremendous opportunities as well.
I'd love to perhaps abuse the word robot and tell you about a microscopic robot I'm really excited about. And that is essentially our ability to engineer new kinds of antibodies that look like this and are really microscopic, but in some ways, kind of metaphorically, they can act as little robots in your body and in your immune system. And an emerging field, really just accelerating in the last 10 years, like mostly in the last 3 years, is a world of bispecific antibodies. And essentially, that means that the antibody can latch onto one thing and a different thing with the other hand. Okay? Now, typically, it latches onto the same thing with both hands, but we can engineer, let's call it antibody microscopic robots, that can grab onto a killer T cell and grab onto a tumor and bring them together. Right? And so that kind of microscopic antibody robots are the things that are unlocking cures in cancer.
And on the other hand, colonize Mars. We need robots for that.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting how there's a big disparity between saving lives and also making people afraid of their own lives. Now I'd like to invite the last question. Raise your hand so one of you can get.
Hi, my name is Davina, and I'm a student at ZIS. I was wondering, if AI ever disintegrates, how do you think the world would still be able to function without it? Would it not be able to withstand without AI? Thank you.
Depends when. It depends when in time and how far we developed as a society, the dependencies. There's always a big problem when it comes to dependencies on technology. Just imagine today, there would be, through natural disaster, no more electricity around the world. I think we would have huge problems as a society. Nothing would work anymore. In your house, there would be no communication, everything would get cold, right? And I think the question is, how deep will AI be implemented at that point when it would disintegrate, right? Then that depends then on the impact of society. If it's at a point where it's everywhere, like electricity, then probably it would be devastating. It would pretty much throw us back into Stone Age. And it depends what I'm saying with the critical thinking. If we have enough people who were not totally only relying on that, but there were a combination with an artificial intelligence, having the brains, the damage would be still the same, but it would be easier to rebuild.
Yeah. I think humanity is exceptionally resilient. I think it will be painful. I think it will be hard, but I think we'll go through, maybe recreate it, maybe in a new way. But I think humanity is extremely resilient and can do without many of the things that we think are impossible to do without today.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think we'll have to rely on human ingenuity. Many of you here today, future entrepreneurs, future businessmen, future AI engineers, right? We have to rely on coming up with solutions, how we've survived in the past, right? and figure out your own path in life, whether it be with AI, for applications of biology, human rights, or something completely different. With that being said, I'd like to invite you to applaud for our dear panelists. I understand that there were many other questions, so feel free to reach out to them in session number 7. We don't have much time afterwards today because we got shrunk for time after this first session. So we have to move out, let the other people come in, go to your next sessions, meet them later. Have a nice day. Welcome to YFS.
Healthcare. It's more than a system. It's a fundamental human need, essential to our collective well-being.
Through partnership, we can transform healthcare. Sectors working together locally, countries collaborating globally, innovating to create ever more accessible medicines.
It takes 7 to 10 years to develop a new drug. And it's costing us about $3 billion.
Manufacturing medicines that are going to be used for oncology, rare disease, vaccines, replacement therapies.
In order to do the job that we do, in order to find groundbreaking things, you need to have an imagination. You need to be able to dream.
Is the mic on? Approximately 300 million people live with rare disease, of which 95% lack approved treatments. The World Health Organization defines a rare disease as one that affects fewer than 65 per 100,000 people. By this definition, a specific rare disease will affect less than 0.1% of people worldwide. However, it is not only rare diseases that have no treatments. There are numerous common diseases such as cancer, dementia, and neurological disease, including stroke and MND, that have no cures. Millions of people worldwide are struggling, and the need for change and further development is immense. In the past 2 decades, the global pharmaceutical industry has experienced unprecedented growth, with revenues totaling around $1.6 trillion in 2023. The drug research and development process includes creating a drug, conducting preclinical and clinical trials, and receiving marketing approval after its regulatory reviews. Unfortunately, this process is associated with extremely low success rates of 1 in 20 to 30,000. This means there is a dire need for more and different pharmaceutical solutions. This is what will be addressed in today's panel. Hello, my name is Juliet Murphy, and I'm a 12th grade student here at ISDL and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the Next Generation Pharmaceutical Solutions panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome Kate Bradford. As Head of Global Medical and Field Capabilities at Alexion Pharmaceuticals, who are part of AstraZeneca, she works to improve drug trials and the take-up of new drugs, in addition to ensuring that their products are used properly and effectively. Alexion specializes in orphan drugs, which are drugs developed as a response for public health needs and not economic reasons, and they use them to treat rare diseases. I'm also proud to welcome Robin Teufel. He works at the University of Basel as an associate professor of pharmaceutical biology. In addition to this, he's also the head of the Pharmaceutical Biology Research Group. His current work focuses on the discovery and characterization of natural products from plants and microorganisms as possible candidates for the development of novel drugs. The last speaker joining us today is Ariana Greco, working as Senior Vice President and General Counsel Commercial at Alnylam Pharmaceuticals. She helps to provide end-to-end advice for the approval, launch, and commercialization of Alnylam's medicines, as well as ensuring smooth operations in over 26 countries and multiple distributor markets. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to answer any questions you have about the panel. The first question I have is for the whole panel. So the question is, what do you see as the biggest challenge in developing new pharmaceutical solutions, and how is your organization addressing these? Dr. Bradford, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you, Juliet. I mean, that's a huge question. Obviously, working in rare disease, we are focused on, a small community. You mentioned there are 300 million patients around the world living with rare disease. There's about 7,000 different types of rare disease. But by their very nature, they are rare. So one of the challenges we face when we're developing a medicine is actually finding patients to be involved in our clinical trials. Sometimes there may only be 1 or 2 patients per country. So that is a huge challenge. Again, in terms of the success rates, you mentioned, I think in the video it said, it costs $2.6 billion and takes 7 to 8 years to develop a medicine. Well, we have a 1 in 10 success rate, so 90% of our trials fail. So, again, that is a challenge in terms of investment and making sure that we are, choosing the right drug targets and assessing our medicines in the right populations.
Dr. Greco, your view similar, or are there any differences?
Yeah, I think, first of all, thank you for having me, and it's very exciting to see what you guys are doing with this event. I think Kate said it right in terms of how difficult it is for pharmaceutical companies to identify diseases that are still lacking treatment, to well understand them, to the point of being able to select the right population and design the right study to bring a medicine potentially to those patients that need it. Of course, even when you're successful to developing a drug, then you still need to get it approved in different countries in the world, and systems vary, and the standards that are required by regulators in different countries to get a drug approved vary as well. So you need to design a study that is often global and then make sure that you meet those different standards in different jurisdictions. And then often, once your product is approved, that doesn't necessarily mean that it is available to patients already, because then you need to navigate the interactions with governments, with what we call payers, right? Those that are in charge of deciding the reimbursability, so how the drug is going to be reimbursed and what's going to be, and to negotiate with company what's going to be a fair price of that drug. And I think that poses a lot of fair questions to society as well in terms of what's the right reward for innovation that I'm sure we'll talk about later.
Absolutely, that sounds like very big challenges. And Dr. Teufel, does your experience differ from a research perspective, or is it somewhat similar?
Yeah, no, I would also completely agree with the fact that one of the key issues is the high costs for developing a drug and put it into the market, pretty much, right? So in the first talk today from Mr. Hollander, we heard that basically in computer science, it's basically a very I would say different tendency, right? So you have improvements in technology, you can put more and more transistors into a chip, and therefore the costs for buying a computer is basically exponentially decreasing, not increasing. And in pharmaceutical development, we have the opposite thing. So in computer science, you sometimes refer to that as Moore's law, meaning that the costs go down and computational power goes up. And in pharmaceutical development, it's the other way around. So sometimes this is called E-Room's law. If you turn around the letters from Moore's law, you end up with E-Room, which basically means that the cost for actually developing a drug and putting a drug onto the market is exponentially increasing. And this is, of course, very troublesome. Also, if you think about poorer countries who cannot afford expensive drugs, etc. And it's very clear that if a company has to invest many $millions of francs into putting a new drug onto the market, they cannot give it away for free. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive. So there's many issues for sure.
Absolutely, I think the price is for sure a difficult challenge to navigate. Moving on a little bit, Dr. Teufel, what do you look for when considering natural products as possible candidates for the development of novel drugs?
Yeah, so maybe for a little bit of context what a natural product is. So typically by the term, we as scientists mean any compound that's produced by a living organism which has a certain bioactivity. So these are typically compounds produced by plants or also by microorganisms such as bacteria or fungi. And you can imagine that many of these organisms do not have an immune system like us. So what these organisms do, such as a plant that it might be growing in your garden, they produce chemical compounds as a self-defense against infections or against predators, for example. And these compounds have bioactivities, meaning typically they can be toxic, for example, against microorganisms. And these toxins we can then use as antibiotics to treat infections. Right? So a lot of antibiotics, for example, that you can get in the pharmacy when you're getting sick are actually so-called natural products, right? Penicillin would be one of the most well-known examples here. And this is also what we like to do in my laboratory, right? So I don't work for a company, meaning that my success is not necessarily assessed by how much money I generate with, let's say, a patent or a drug that comes onto the market. I do basic research. So we really go out, we grow bacteria in our lab, or we collect plants from Panama, from Switzerland, and we try to identify the natural products that are in these plants or in these microorganisms. And then do, I would say, a very rough and preliminary assessment of these bioactivities. And if, for example, some of these compounds have antibiotic activity, we can characterize them, publish our research results. But it's very hard, of course, to then do the next step, right? If you have bioactive compounds, then the actual investment would start. Then some company would have to come and really invest a lot of money into doing all the preclinical and then later on also the clinical trials to actually make sure that this would be a safe antibiotic and not an antibiotic that could kill you due to side effects, for example.
Thank you so much for providing your insights on how you kind of decide how to look at the natural products. Dr. Bradford or Dr. Greco, is this different from how a commercial organization decides where to focus their efforts when developing a new drug?
I mean, I'm happy to sort of kick that off. I think back to early in my career, I worked with a compound called hiridin, which is found in the saliva of leeches. And that became a very successful synthetic antithrombotic, so a blood clotting agent. So there are some really nice examples where, you know, we've been able to look to nature because a lot of the answers sit in nature and in natural products, and we can develop those. But I think the challenge comes with that concept of return on investment. We definitely need the partnerships with the laboratories that are doing the basic research to give us that spark of an idea, and then we would take the molecule and try and bring it on that journey into the marketplace. And that's a very expensive and risky investment where you may not get a return. So, you know, there are some really good examples, but I think it's around balancing it with how do we protect the investment from a pharmaceutical company perspective, that we can continue to put the money back into research. Because, again, I suppose it poses maybe this is a question from a legal perspective. How do you tackle things like this sort of patenting of a natural product that is available, you know, and doesn't, you know, necessarily belong to a pharmaceutical company?
Yeah, I think it's a very important question because, of course, part of what in the private sector companies look at is how do they protect, right, their innovation, whatever there is and whatever field there is, right? How do you discover something that is protectable in the first place, and how do you maintain that protection over time? And of course, patents are the primary system through which you protect innovation, and there are criteria, of course, in all countries around the world on what is patentable. And then there's also regulators provide, especially for drug development and for pharmaceutical product, what is called regulatory protection, so other forms of protection that complement your patent protection, which of course starts from the moment of discovery, but as we heard, takes a long time to develop a drug and finally bring it from the lab to patients. Right? It can take over a decade. And so large part of the life of your patent is actually exhausted already by the time you bring the drug to market. And this is where there's mechanism to protect the data that you generate through clinical trials and to protect your ability to market your drug once approved without having competition from people that may have, you know, kind of utilize the data that you've put out in the public domain to develop other therapies. And so these are some of the mechanisms from a legal standard standpoint that are utilized to protect innovation. I think to your question on how you decide, right, where to innovate and what to develop, I think there's also an element of, very interestingly, a lot of the innovative companies that develop, new generation pharmaceuticals actually target areas of disease that are not well understood. So in reality, what they do is very similar to what you would see in the public sector, right? Is going after an idea, right? Going after a vision of what could be a potential mechanism to target a disease without necessarily knowing whether they will be successful and whether the population that they will target ultimately is the same population they imagine when they develop and when they design a clinical study. And so it's interesting to see that there's a lot of serendipity in the private sector as well in terms of what ultimately makes it to market. And even when you approach the final stages of development, I think this is where the combination of researchers, medical professional, commercial people come together to define, right, what is the market that we're ultimately going to have for this product.
And maybe just one thing to really highlight there is that the North Star that connects us all is actually the patient. And a lot of what we do in rare disease is really driven by what we call the high unmet need. So these are, often patients with rare disease, there's a genetic component to it. They're infants, they're babies, they won't live. So this is very different from treating asthma, heart disease, it really focuses you on actually the patient is really at the center of why we develop drugs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think comparing the two perspectives, like research, commercial, is really interesting to see. And kind of addressing what you talked about earlier, Dr. Greco, and shifting slightly more towards the legal and regulatory sides of pharmaceuticals, would you be able to share your experience in dealing with the legal and regulatory challenges when developing drugs?
Yes, yes. To not repeat some of the concepts we touched upon already, I think one of the obvious areas, and this is really what me and my team do, right? We're commercial lawyers. What that means is that we typically come in to support the area of our business that goes from the approval of a drug down into bringing it to market and commercializing it. And so what that means is one of the main legal and ethical standards that pharmaceutical companies need to respect is a fair way of communicating about their product, right? Of course, you've developed it, you've studied it, you have a lot of data. You are often the subject that has the most information around your drug, and a lot of information hopefully about the disease and the patient population as well. And the way you communicate that in a way that, of course, serve ultimately your purpose of a private corporation, which is to sell your drug, but in a way that actually is fair and balanced relative to the information you have, so that physicians who prescribe the drug and patients who take the drug, and in some jurisdictions, pharmaceutical companies can even advertise the drug directly to the patients, not in Europe, they can do it in the US. So the way you do that, and the way you do it according to the laws, but also according to standards that are not necessarily legal standards, right, for which there's not necessarily an immediate fine in case you breach it, but in a way that is ethical, that is more about your behaviors, right, and your integrity in doing it, is the work that, someone like me, working as a lawyer in a pharmaceutical company, is in charge of helping the business doing.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for providing this input on the legal side of pharmaceuticals. I think it's really interesting because I assume a lot of the audience, including me, don't really see much or hear much about the regulatory side, so I think it's a new perspective that brings to the discussion. Moving along a little bit and focusing on the clinical trials, Dr. Bradford, this question's for you. It must be really frustrating when you think you found a drug and it doesn't pass the clinical trials. How do you get over these challenges, and are there any developments in the way in which clinical trials may be run in the future?
Sure. I mean, it's interesting, Robin will sit in his lab with a great idea, and then he sort of hands that over to us to put through the development process, which is complex and not always successful. So, some of the things that I think are really exciting around clinical trials is, when I first started my career, I was working in cardiovascular medicine, where we would have 20,000 patients in a clinical trial, all across the globe. AI, I think you heard in the previous talk, is really changing that. I think Michael Gerlich touched on it. We're able to build digital twins now of patients. So you can run those simulations, looking at biomarkers, patient characteristics, symptoms, and actually start to build digital clinical trials. And I think that's a really exciting area of development because it will allow us to really accelerate that 7 to 8 year process. Again, I think, in terms of thinking around data and AI, everybody in this room probably has a friend, a neighbor, or a family member who is potentially a patient. And that's your data. You own your data. And as a pharmaceutical company, currently we will look at patient data in large-scale clinical trials. But I see in the future, a world where actually, as a patient, I may want to opt in and go and choose what clinical trial I take part in, as opposed to the other way around, where the drug company is approaching the patients and saying, would you work with us and partner with us, so we can effectively test and experiment on the ideas that Robin's had in the lab to see if they will make it as a medicine. So that, I think, when we're talking about next generation, I see that a really exciting prospect, that actually, individuals can choose and opt in to maybe take part in a clinical trial, which I think will really improve the quality of our data, and hopefully improve the outcome, that we're more successful.
Yeah, talking about you thought like exciting prospects, do you think there's any upcoming pharmaceutical solutions that you believe might change the industry in the future? Dr. Teufel, would you like to start?
There's certainly also a bunch of them. We talked about AI a lot. I would say in general, like the computational approaches are extremely promising. So maybe also to give a little bit of context, so one of the key issues sometimes is if you find a new bioactive compound, is to actually understand how it works. So in a sense, you're looking for the biological target in the human, right? Because these compounds, you take a pill, it enters your body, and then this compound will bind typically to a protein in your body. But how do you find this protein? And you might wonder why this is important. It's important because if you really know how these compounds interact with these target proteins, you can start improving these compounds. For example, doing chemical modifications to make the binding to the target protein even better. Right? So it's a very crucial process. It's not always necessary, but it's way better if you actually know what the compound is doing. And there, this is traditionally very, very hard work. So you have to find the target and then get a structure of the protein, which involves typically many years of research. And now, meanwhile, we have computer tools that really can predict the structures of proteins already to a very high accuracy. It's called AlphaFold. This was also awarded the Nobel Prize last year. Pretty much, and this is in a sense also a game changer, right? You can predict proteins that are traditionally very hard to crystallize or to get a structure from, and you can also now start to really more accurately predict the interactions of these proteins with the drugs that you administer or that you want to investigate for future marketing.
And I think we heard in the previous talk, she gave a lovely image of the antibody. I think it was Tilka. You know, the survival rates of patients with breast cancer now are, it's like 98% 5-year survival rates. So that's a huge difference from when I was your age, where, you know, breast cancer was seen as a very frightening disease. Many people, many women live with breast cancer, survive breast cancer, and that's because of the development of more personalized medicines. So, you know, we're moving away from sort of broad chemotherapies into the advent of what we call ADCs, antibody drug conjugates. So these are very targeted chemotherapies that are right down to that antibody level that allow you to conduct what we call precision medicine. So you get the benefits of the efficacy of the medicine while reducing the side effects. And I think that's a really exciting area. Another area is in CAR T, where you remove somebody's T cells, engineer them and put them back in. And, you know, those medicines have been around for about 5 years now. But you see in childhood lymphomas where 50% used to relapse, it's almost cured. You know, the 5-year data shows that those patients are doing really, really well. So we're entering this exciting era of medicines being cures, not just modifying diseases. So I get super excited at the prospect of things like cell and gene therapy. So there's loads. The next generation looks really exciting. So for all of you wanting to do medicine, science, life sciences, you've got a lot of exciting things to look forward to.
Absolutely. I think the precision medicines are a really good thing that we could develop further as well. Unfortunately, that's all I have in terms of questions, but we're now going to take a 2-minute break to allow all of you to process this information, and then afterwards you'll be given a chance to ask the panelists any questions in a Q&A session. And school, followed by a brief question.
Hi, I'm Shraddha. I'm from Intercommunity School Zurich. And my question is, how do you conduct trials for gene therapy?
I'm happy to kick that off. Yeah, it's a great question, and it's obviously where we are going. I can give you an example for a company I was working with in spinal muscular atrophy. So this is floppy baby syndrome. So babies are born and they lack a protein that allows them to sort of hold the rigidity of their muscles. And so, you know, the number of patients that we were able to involve in that clinical trial were very, very small. And we're talking like 20 or 30 versus that 20,000 for cardiovascular disease. So you can do the studies. You need really good statisticians. So for the mathematicians out there, you know, biostats is a great place to work because they help you power the study with a very small population. And then you work very closely with the regulators to say, you know, the unmet need is so high and these babies will die. What are the, you know, what is the evidence you need that will allow us to approve the drug? And it may be less stringent than it would be with maybe a disease, a chronic disease, for example. But I don't know whether you want to add to that, Ariana.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot more of adaptable standards, I guess, as innovation arises. I think we talked about some of that. And of course, the framework, right, needs to continue to guarantee that balance between public health and patient safety and rewarding and incentivizing innovation. And so I think the regulators have become, over time, much more open to kind of like look, for example, at data that pharmaceutical company, bring to them over a period of time, right? Instead of kind of saying, okay, now you develop your trial and then you come to me with a full package, and based on that package, I will give you an approval and I will determine what is the indication, right? What you have proved to be efficacious and safe for patients. They say, okay, you're going to bring me a package of data and I'm going to ask you to continue to come back as you develop more data and as you observe the use of the product in clinical practice so that we can reassess, right? And the same thing happens when it comes to actually determining the price and the population that is going to have access to a drug, right? The dialogue between the private companies and the payers continues over a period of years, and you are requested as a company to continue to share the data that you generate so that that transparency and that knowledge constitutes the basis of, I think, the partnership between, you know, society in a way and private companies that develop a drug.
Absolutely. Do you have another question from the audience?
You were saying that it costs a lot of money to develop drugs. What exactly in the process of developing a drug costs a lot of money, and is there any way to reduce those costs that would be easy?
Yeah. So do you want to start with developing, and I can
start, yes. Yeah. In general, you can think of that as a process that typically takes 10 years of work. And this comprises not just a handful of people, but typically many departments of a larger company. So this alone, of course, explains a lot of the costs. And the reason it takes so long is because once you found a bioactive molecule, you need to really scrutinize it. And you do that first by doing some, I would say, so-called in vitro assays, for example. So out of the body, so not in a living organism, where you try to assess its pharmacological properties, whether its solubility is good enough, whether it can pass through membranes, things like that, whether it's degraded by liver enzymes, before you then move into animal models, before you then move at some point into clinical trials with like small groups of humans, etc. So this is a very lengthy process, and each stage has its risks. And it's actually, I would say, the biggest problem for the companies is if a drug fails at a very late stage. Because by that time, you have already invested sometimes several hundred millions of francs, and then it's a complete catastrophe if, let's say, during phase 2 clinical trials in humans, your drug fails. Right? And this also explains it. So you have one successful development of a drug, and this brings you maybe money or maybe not so much, but you have many others that failed, and you still have to pay for those too. And this overall, I guess, in my opinion, explains why the costs are so extremely high. And the main reason is also because the regulations went up, right? So aspirate, for example, if you would try aspirin today as a drug, it might not get marketed because of its side effects. So now the bar is set a lot higher than it used to be, I think.
I mean, there's so many areas that that cost a lot. You know, I worked with a compound that looked like a very simple. So we have what we call small molecules. So these are the sort of simple, you know, chemicals, and then you have large molecules like the antibodies. So they're all produced in different ways. But I worked with one product, and there were 72 different chemical steps required just to manufacture that in the lab. So that takes a lot of time, effort, and money, and it's probably time that drains the money more than anything. And so that's just in the manufacturing part. But then you think about, you know, the administration and the supply chain of how do you move medicines. You know, some of them need to be in cold chain. You know, they'll only work if they're kept at a certain temperature. So there are lots of elements from that perspective. And then there's obviously the day-to-day logistics of running, the cost of running a. I worked with Alexion, was a small company. We're now part of a much larger company of 100,000 people. So the running costs just of that organization are very high.
Have anything to add or?
No, I think you nailed it. You said it very well. I think it's important to, in a way, also go back to what we said at the very beginning, right? It's like at the moment you decide to take that risk of going after an idea that may or may not become a pharmaceutical product. You typically have, even before you become maybe a bigger public company, right? You have private investors that invest in you taking that risk, right? And fund that research. I think I've lost my mic. Okay. And fund that research. And of course, they expect a return on that high-risk investment that they have made, right? And so this is where the innovation that makes it to the market somehow has to reward also for all of that investment that didn't transform into a pharmaceutical product that produces revenues for the private company that has invested.
Absolutely. Do we have one more question from the audience?
Hi, I'm Tigris. How do you think AI and machine learning will be used in future pharmaceutical medicines and solutions? How can it benefit patients, the communities, and societies?
I'm happy to kick that off. I mean, there's just so many opportunities. You know, we talked about the clinical trials. You know, AI, I think, is allowing us to build these digital twins and run virtual studies, which I think is super exciting, and that will hopefully accelerate that process. But we also have, you know, when we conduct a study, we have so much data. We are, you know, overwhelmed with data, and what AI is allowing us to do is work through that much more quickly. So that could be data on patient characteristics. So it's really helping us pick the right patients for the studies and get closer to, you know, being able to analyze all of the information we gain from a clinical trial in a really effective way. From a drug discovery perspective, I think being able to use AI to increase the number of shots you've got on goal, so that hopefully could bring the cost down, but maybe you want to speak about that. I don't know how you're using AI in the lab.
Yeah, I mean, this is a current discussion. At the moment, we're not using it too heavily, but we have different workshops and meetings regarding this topic, so this is certainly something that will become very important in the future. We also have one research group who's actually working on that specifically on AI approaches for drug discovery. And again, I would say the big advantage, as you pointed out, is like big data management of that artificial intelligence can do in the future what humans just cannot do at the same level. And speaking about target ID or screening, right? If you can do lots of these screenings with a computer basically and not in a real lab to get, let's say, promising hits, promising active compounds that might bind to relevant targets in the human body, and you have AI basically assessing all of that, giving you basically a short list of very promising molecules that you can test for certain disease. I think this could really, really accelerate the rate at which we discover promising drug candidates.
And maybe I can just give another, because as you were answering, I thought of a really good example that might resonate, which is we're using a lot of algorithms for finding patients. So one of the challenges with rare disease is that patients present with, it might be that the symptom is I'm a bit tired or my vision's a bit blurred. And it can take between 4 to 8 years for that initial symptom to turn into a diagnosis because the disease is rare. And your regular practitioner isn't looking for a rare disease. They're just saying, well, maybe you've got a bit of a headache, take some paracetamol and go home. And actually you've got maybe neuromyelitis optica spectrum disorder, and actually it's a very rare disease. So what we're doing with AI is developing algorithms that take all of those symptoms and then will predict and say, actually, if you have a headache, blurred vision, fatigue, and some weakness, it could just be, your iron levels are low, or you could have NMOSD. And so that is a real groundbreaker, and we're seeing accelerated rates of diagnosis, which again, when these patients are infants and children, it's a real game changer. So that's a really a live example of how AI is helping patient algorithms. Great question.
Of course, maybe I'll just add, this is such a great example of some of the things that in our daily lives we discuss, right? Because of course you can imagine some of the questions going back to how you do things, right? Not just what you do. Some of the questions that arise in a company is when the business start to have ideas that can bring so many benefits, not just to the company, but frankly to the patient as well, is how you do that, right? Where the data come from, who collected them, how they anonymize them, how you're going to use it, did the patient's consent, how are you going to then use the information and the algorithm and the data that you generate inside to communicate externally. So it's a very complex, it's not just the technology that is complex, but it's really the governance around the use of the technology that poses challenges. And I think it's really important that there is a commitment to address those challenges, because ultimately the benefit is, as Kate and Robin are explaining, is really huge for patients out there.
Right. Do we have another question from the audience?
Dr.
Bradford.
No, you, the other guy.
Teufel.
Teufel.
I'm so sorry. Doctor, I have a question for you.
Yes.
My name is Bernardo. I'm from Lucerne International School. What's the process that you take to first discover potential elements or microbes or plants that could impact, that could be used for further studies?
Okay, that's a very good question. Also not one that I can answer very easily, but what people have been doing for many, many years now is just go out in nature and collect samples. So this is, I would say, the traditional approach. So quite often you go in environments that are somehow competitive. So what I mean by that, it could be, for example, a coral reef or a rainforest where the living conditions are ideal. And this typically means there's a very fierce competition for food, nutrients, and space to live. And this is typically where basically microorganisms live, or also plants that need to defend themselves or even need to be aggressive to make sure that they survive. So in other words, they produce lots of chemicals that are potentially interesting as drugs. So what you do then, you go out, you collect the samples, and for example, you can start to grow the bacteria or the fungi in the laboratory, and then do a chemical analysis of what they produce. Right? So this requires basically analytical chemistry methods, and ultimately you will identify each compound that is produced by the organism, and then you can isolate these compounds and see, for example, whether this is an antibiotic or a potential anti-cancer medicine in the future. Right.
So do we have another question?
Hi, I'm Sawyer from Echo de Humanite. Do you think we're on the road to have more permanent solutions instead of more and more medications that make us more dependent?
Would anyone like to start that question?
I guess it very much depends, but what I find very exciting, for example, is gene therapy, right? So this would be one very good example, I think, where within the next few years and decades, many of very dangerous and often lethal diseases can be completely cured, right? Cystic fibrosis would be an example where people at the moment can only be treated and their life can somewhat be prolonged, but they will still suffer and eventually die from this disease. And there, I think one can be very hopeful that in the future, these people can be treated by gene therapy, meaning that you actually basically cure the underlying condition. And this will be, in my opinion, a complete game changer. And then, of course, these people would no longer depend on medicine in this case.
I think, to add to that, prevention is always better than cure. And, I wish I'd looked after my health more when I was your age, right? So my advice would be keep fit, be healthy, right? There are many ways you can avoid having to take a medicine by being healthy and living a healthy life. In Switzerland, I think it also highlights this concept of health equity. We heard about Jaydeep talking about the villages in Ladakh. The life expectancy between people living in Switzerland born in 2006 is what, 83, 84 years? It's almost half that if you go into some of the sort of like Lesotho in Southern Africa. So, I think medicines are there to help, and they certainly help in the cases of rare diseases, but I think there is a lot we can do and take ownership of our own health. I would implore all of you to live a healthy lifestyle. And
I completely agree with you. No, this is a very important point to stress out. There's little glory in prevention, but it's the most important part for your personal life. And two things are very crucial here. First one is workout, so do some sports, right, on a regular basis. And the second one is nutrition. Okay, and it's not very hard. You just have to have a little bit of discipline, and it will prevent a lot of diseases and issues you will have later on in your life, right? And it's never too late to start.
It's amazing if you think just how much research is coming out and how much more is invested in understanding longevity, right? Understanding how to live a long and healthy life. And I think it's, for me, is really impressive to see the interest that especially young generation have, because that's really the way you manage way into your older years, right? Living a life that is active and that is independent and healthy. So it's great that a lot of research is going into that as well.
Absolutely. I think, like the nutrition side of it is a little bit underlooked sometimes, and we take that into importance, and it would help solve some things. I think we might have one more time for one last question from the audience.
My name is Natalie Bean from the International School of Zuggenautzen. My question is there ever a possibility for companies to collaborate for better treatment, even though that might mean less profit for just the individual?
I don't know, would one of you like to start?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. And actually, we do collaborate quite a lot. I mean, actually, Ariane and I, we work for companies that have direct competitive products. But we think that's really healthy, because actually the person who benefits at the end is the patient. Having only one treatment is not good enough. You should have treatment choice as a patient. So some of the ways we do collaborate are on things like what we call registries, so sharing some patient information. So there are very good initiatives in Europe to encourage companies to say, bring your patient data, bring yours, let's put it together and see if, collectively that gives us more information to guide research and development and treatment decisions. So that does happen. Certainly I work in the medical side. We do a lot of collaboration. We have a lot of professional bodies where we will not necessarily share our intellectual property, but we'll share our ways of working. So, AstraZeneca has now set up a company that's really sharing how have we done our clinical trials. And that's available to all companies to partner with us and say, well, what are the tools you're using to improve patient recruitment and enrollment? So we're definitely moving much more away from, behind closed doors, these are our trade secrets. And that's driven really by the power of patients, because they demand it. Patients will say, we need you to share that information. And so it's our obligation to do that, really. So it's definitely the future, and it's the right way to go. So.
I also think that's very well said, and I think society more and more demands. I think what we've seen, for example, in the context of COVID-19, right, that I think it's a peak example of collaboration that didn't maybe happen ever before, and that is in a way hard to match. But I think the way different companies, the public sector regulators came together to accelerate finding a solution to a problem that, of course, was a global pandemic. So there was an incredible urgency to that. But I think that concept, right, those principles of transparency, of openness, of coming together, private and public sector, is something that society is demanding more and more, the same way they're demanding cooperation to be a source of good, not just a source of revenues for those who have invested. So I think there is going to be, as Kate was saying, more and more a drive, a collective drive to that type of collaboration.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today, as this session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank you, audience, for all of your questions and participation, as well as all the panelists for their thoughts and guidance around this very important topic. So please join me in giving them a round of applause.
You made the liquor hit quicker. Soft apple lips tempt mine, and in a midnight shiver, your religion feels so damn right. A devilishly look in your eyes. I'm a martyr for the good times. You bring me to my knees. I'm your sacrifice. I worship your body and soul. Salvation is locked in your love. Born again every time I'm touching you, yeah. And now I'm praying to another God. I found nirvana in my hands on your body. And if it's sinning, I'm a sinner, so what? We're in heaven now, and now I'm praying to another God. I found nirvana in my hands on your body. And if it's sinning, I'm a sinner, so what? We're in heaven now, oh, heaven now, oh, heaven now, ooh, yeah. We're in heaven now, yeah. Jealous stars are watching on. Have my faith inside you. You're screaming for a kingdom come, a little death to crucify you. I worship your body and soul. Salvation is locked in your love. Born again every time I'm touching you, yeah. And now I'm praying to another God. I found nirvana in my hands on your body. And if it's sinning, I'm a sinner, so what? We're in heaven now, and now I'm praying to another God. I found nirvana in my hands on your body, babe. And if it's sinning, I'm a sinner, so what? We're in heaven now, oh, heaven now, oh, heaven now, ooh, yeah. We're in heaven now, yeah. I never cared less about breathing oxygen than underneath a goddess and the gods. And I can feel a fire burning through your skin. The only holy power I will worship to. A lonely vixen howling to the sun. Slowly hold me down until the sun comes up. Oh, oh, yeah. Now I'm praying to another God. I found nirvana in my hands on your body, babe. And if it's sinning, I'm a sinner, so what? We're in heaven now, and yeah, I'm praying to another God. I found nirvana in my hands on your body, babe. And if it's sinning, I'm a sinner, so what? We're in heaven now, I'm praying to another God. I found nirvana in my hands on your body. And if it's sinning, I'm a sinner, so what? We're in heaven now, oh, heaven now, oh, heaven now, ooh, yeah. We're in heaven now, yeah. Honey, I'm in heaven with you, baby. Baby, we're in heaven now. Baby, we're in heaven now. Thank you. Thanks very much. I think I'm about to be joined on stage by some more people. My name is Dylan Holloway, otherwise known as Dylan and the Moon, and we're going to be talking to you today about the future of music. So welcome to the stage, these guys.
Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't stand there.
Oh, no, of course, thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you so much for your performance. Could everyone join me in giving Dylan another round of applause? Hello, my name is Cecile, and I'm an 11th grade student here at IZL and a member of the YFS series team. I initiated this panel not only for my passion of music, but also for all the other students who I know share this passion with me. And I would like to welcome you to the Future of Music panel. Thank you. So this afternoon, we are joined by two fantastic artists, Dylan Holloway, who just performed, also known as Dylan and the Moon, who is an experienced singer-songwriter. He's the winner of Project Icon, a singing competition in the UK, and just last year performed at BBC Radio 1's Big Weekend. Yeah. I'm also proud to welcome Testament. He is a hip-hop MC, poet, theater maker, and world record-breaking human beatboxer. He has released a hip-hop album, Home Cut, No Freedom Without Sacrifice, as well as performed several spoken word performances for BBC TV and BBC Radio. Since the creation of the first instruments, music has had great influences on religion, culture, and social behaviors of people all over the world. Today, music is one of the most popular forms of entertainment. Statista predicts that in 2027, the music streaming industry will hit $30 billion. The process of composing music has evolved with digital recording softwares, shifting from producing albums in large studios to the rise of music production at home by what is often referred to as bedroom producers. AI has been revolutionizing many industries, and the music industry is no exception to it. Emerging AI tools are beginning to transform the traditional music-making process, offering new ways to create, produce, and even perform music. Finally, with the rise of social media's influence on music discovery and consumption, modern artists not only need to focus on performing and creating music, but also having a thriving social media profile. Considering all these factors, the evolution of music may impact the lives beyond famous artists, to include producers, songwriters, musical engineers, session musicians, and of course, you, the consumers. The first 25 minutes of the session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about the discussed topics. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. So, to start us off, could both of you please tell us what inspired you to work in the music industry and how you got to where you are today? Would you like to start?
Okay. So I didn't think I was going to be a musician. It wasn't something that figured in, certainly when I was a teenager. I might have written some songs and some poetry and stuff like that, but didn't think about it. And then when I got into hip hop, I would be writing my own raps in my bedroom, pretty cringy raps, imitating what I was listening to. So I'm of the era of British rapper who grew up on American hip hop, not British hip hop. So my first raps, I rapped in an American accent, which is like the worst thing you can do. Yeah, so, and then as I grew up, I went to university to study English. And then while I was there, I started a hip hop crew, which ended up winning a bunch of competitions, starting a small record label, and being an underground British rapper in the late 90s. Early 2000s, back when dinosaurs ruled the earth. So yeah, I'm that generation of rap. I'm a boom bap rapper, which is great because boom bap's coming back now, so I'm dead happy. But I could also spit grime and drill and stuff like that as well. But yeah, and I've worked with a lot of live musicians. So massive inspirations for me were Gil Scott-Heron, the jazz poet and singer. A lot of jazz-influenced hip-hop, a lot of very conscious, intelligent rap, like De La Soul, stuff like that. And then British rappers like Jest and Roots Maneuver, people like that. And then luckily, as I came up, I got to meet a lot of my heroes, collaborate with some of them, and yeah, and now don't just do hip-hop, I do multiple things to get me through my day.
Thank you. What about you?
That's great. That's interesting. Is this one working? I got this? Have you got me? Great. So I sort of started making music similar to you when I was younger. I remember hearing music when I was a young kid. My dad used to play music in the car, and my mum used to play music in the house when we were doing just the mundane tasks like driving into town or doing the washing up. And music to me always felt like an extension of self, like a way to express how you were feeling, whether you were like in a bad mood and you put on something sad, or whether you're having the best day of your life and you put on the Beach Boys or something. So for me, it was always like with fashion, another way to express the way you feel inside. And I grew up very confused about who I was and my identity. I am actually also a transgender man. And when I was very young, I found the two conflicting things inside me very difficult to deal with. And I think music was a way for me to tell that story. So I remember flicking through my dad's record collection, and I came across a David Bowie vinyl, and he was sort of on the front, and he was wearing clothes that were kind of androgynous or a bit effeminate, and I thought, this guy is being celebrated for being a little bit weird and a little bit different. If I think I'm a little bit weird and a bit different, maybe I can also go into music and be celebrated for being a bit weird and different. So luckily, I also had some kind of innate ability to be able to play and make things. Otherwise, I would have been a little bit screwed, but it was okay. So I had a drum kit, and then I started to make very loud music to try and get out the rage, picked up a guitar and a piano, and then I started to write down lyrics and put everything together and got into writing complete sort of songs. I sent a demo that I'd recorded to a music manager in London who said, I would love to look after you for your songwriting. He thought I was too small to make music and be on the stage, but he said I was a good songwriter. So I moved to London to make music and then ended up going on stage anyway because I wanted to. So I was part of a band, did a few other things, worked in TV, worked in a studio writing music for other people, and then I decided I would go and create my own music. And I went through my transition when I was 26, and my voice changed a lot. And now I've started to use music to tell my story. So I've been making music for a very long time now, and I have old recordings of my voice before I transitioned, so my female voice. And now that I have recordings of my male voice, I've cut the two together to make male and female duets, but both of the people are me. And I'm telling the story through that because I want other people to know that it's okay to embrace every version of who you are and who you have been, and every person you'll be in the future, because that's who you are and how you've got here today. So that's what I do with my music now.
Wow! Thank you, sir. Amazing.
To give the audience more of an idea of what you do, could you explain to us what the creative process of composing or recording a song looks like in your experience? Would you like to start?
Okay, so something about my influences growing up were that they were about changing the world in some way. So Gil Scott-Heron is famous, for example, for saying, the revolution will not be televised. And it's a very political song. And De La Soul as well will often talk about things in the world that they'd like to see changed. One of my favorite De La Soul lyrics is really painful. It's this one. De La Soul is here to stay, like racism. It's like one of the most painful bars to listen to. So when I approach songwriting, it's always with everyone's different in terms of why they write songs. Sometimes it's to get stuff off my chest, but usually it's actually because I'm trying to say something specific. Sometimes I get commissioned to write for an advert or for another singer, or to talk about I got commissioned last year to write something about farming. So that's really different from writing about the birth of my first child. Do you know what I'm saying? So it'll often start with that sort of intent, and then I sit at an instrument usually. It could be a computer, it could be a piano, it could be a guitar, until I like the sound of what I'm making. And then I usually start with music, not always, but usually start with music, create a groove, and then start to put words to that groove. But I try to vary the way I make it. So once I was working in a studio in a city, and the train came into the city, and I had a 20-minute walk to get to the studio, and I thought, by the time I walk from the train station to the studio, I'm going to try and come up with a really good 16-bar rap verse, and I won't use paper. Like Jay-Z and some rappers, they don't use paper. So normally I write down. But so that, and I noticed that the rhythm of my lyrics was different and things, and it comes, you can feel the rhythm in your body as you're walking. So I take a variety of different approaches. But normally it starts with chords and a hook and something like that. And then, and then some of you are already lyricists and you've got phone notes full of lyrics that you've written already, or pads. So then when it comes time to write, you look back at your pad and you've got that wicked lyric, that wicked metaphor that you want to use. And so whatever makes a song good, whatever helps you, I think is valid.
I think I have a lot of similarities in the way that you do, like sort of just going with the experimentation of writing music. I used to watch a lot of interviews with great songwriters and try and work out how they had made a song so I could go and make a song just like they had. But I realized it never really works that way. You just have to feel it. And similarly to your Testament, I started writing music so I could express how I was feeling, and then I could convey that to other people. But then I realized that it was connecting with people, and it was able to share this emotion with someone else. So then I would write things that I hopefully would move people, so it would allow them to have freedom, and it would allow them to have space so they could experience the emotion they were going through. So the way that I begin creating things is usually, like you say, if anyone came to my impact lab, you'll know this, because I just taught about this, but I was saying how I have this habit of shutting my eyes and trying to connect with something inside my body, because it usually is trying to tell you something. So if there's an anger inside me, I'll come up with these chords that have a pace and they have a progression to them, because it's maybe a protest song or something. Or if I'm falling in love and I'm having a great day, I usually have this soft sensation in my skin, so it comes out slowly on a piano. So I think it's really important for me to be connected to how I'm feeling inside. And it's the same with lyrics. Like often I'll be like walking to a studio, or walking somewhere, walking down the canal, and something will just come to me and I'll write it in the notes or go back to it at a later date. And I also don't mind where it comes from. I think if it's going to be there, it's going to be there and it's for you. I also have this belief that sometimes, I don't know if you have ever had this, but sometimes I feel like songs are completely composed already and you're just trying to like find them. I've sat down at a piano a few times and it's almost like I can hear it before it's there, and I'm just trying to draw it out of the ether and get it into existence. So yeah, I try and just stay connected. Like, I'm not totally woo-woo, but I think spirituality is a bit important.
Thank you so much. I will try and keep what you guys just said in mind the next time that I try and write something. Moving on, how do you feel the shift of music consumption from CDs and vinyl to online streaming platforms such as Apple Music or Spotify impact musicians' ability to generate revenue?
Terribly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the worst thing ever, right?
Yeah, in terms of generating revenue, it's the worst thing ever for artists, and especially for songwriters, because a lot of the times songwriters will get together and write the thing for the artist, and the artist is the one that gets invited to play in the arenas. The artist is the one that travels the world. The artist goes into the schools. The artist does the things, makes the money from the touring or the T-shirts, and it's the songwriter who sits at home and only makes 0.004 of a penny every time it's played. Millions of times it's played, and they'll make $1,000 or something. So it's really struggling for the songwriters. In terms of revenue, I would say. In terms of expansion, there's been nothing quite like it, right? So you know, any of the streaming platforms, you can write something and put it up. Anyone in this room today could write something. You could sneeze if you want to, record it, and put it on Spotify if you wanted to. So it's wonderful that you can put things out there and it can find itself in China, it can find itself in Switzerland or in the UK. But it's unfortunate that it's so accessible that it makes it impossible to create any kind of sustainable wealth or revenue, I think.
Yeah, so coming from ancient times, so when I first had my album I had an album come out years ago, early 2000s, and it was written about in the press, was playlisted on MTV, was on national radio, and I got some money from that. You get, every time you get your music played in films, TV, on Match of the Day, or football soccer show, you know, it was played for an FA Cup match, you know, at the beginning. The intro was somewhat as the players were getting ready. So you get a little bit of money, a little bit of money, a little bit of money. But then when I was touring it, I had a band, and you go play, and they give you money, and you divide it between the band or share it however you see fit. And then I played a pub in Waterloo or Lambeth, somewhere around there, and I had my CDs in a bag with me. At the end of my show, there was an audience of about 50 people upstairs at a pub, because when in a big venue, I bring the band. For a small venue, I'm just going to bring my little box, and I'm going to recreate my songs with my mouth, because I beatbox. So, and at that, when a small audience, you can really connect to people because they see into your eyes and you're telling a story and they feel it because they're so close. They're not like in a stadium, they're not like a drunk club somewhere that everyone's paying attention. And at the end of the night, I sold 50 CDs for £10 each, which is pretty much everyone in the room. So, because it went really well. And everyone connected. And they wanted to take the memory with them, right? So they would pay £10 CD, take it home, hopefully they listen to it. They might not. Either way, I get paid. And that's an extra 500 quid, £500 on top of my fee. That's amazing, especially as a young dude who wasn't rich, you know? So that's, wow, I went and performed for 50 people, they bought it. Now, I can't do that. I can't sell the CD. So I'm going to go back to my house, which I don't think we even had curtains. I had like bin liners, like trash bags for curtains in my house, and insects in my bath and stuff like that. So that £500 make a huge difference to me, to be able to stay alive, to eat, to do more gigs, to buy software for my computer to do some more recording. That's no longer there. So it's only by being face-to-face or teaching, or getting my music onto TV or adverts, or I compose in theatre now, because I'm not Jay-Z. Like if you get to the Ed Sheeran levels of things, you can just go on Spotify and that's going to make you loads of money. But now, so streaming is the worst thing that's happened to musicians, because it means you kind of have to be rich like Taylor Swift to get into music, or Lily Allen. Like they already came from a good, wealthy background, so they can afford to spend 5 years experimenting, coming up with stuff, paying for radio pluggers to help them get on radio. So it means that the people that don't have access, it's harder to do that, to get payment. So I really don't know how the music industry is going to survive.
Thank you. Moving on, I would like to aim this question at Dylan, because I know that you use TikTok and Instagram to promote your music. So to what extent do you view the role of an influencer to be intertwined with being a musician? Do you think they go hand in hand?
I think it should be based on personal opinion, personal preference. Like, if you want to make music and you don't want to be online, and you don't want to be an influencer, you don't want to be on social media, you can totally go and do that, and you can release music. And if that's authentic to you, I applaud people that go and do that. And also, if you want to make music, but you also want to be visible, and you want to make content, and you want to share videos and reels and talk about other things, I also think that's okay. So I think like allowing anyone to do either of the two options is fine. However, I would say that there is such a bigger availability to people who also make content, who also lean into the influencer category, because with platforms like, you know, your Instagram, your TikToks and things, you're sharing stuff, like I said before, that can just go international, go global really quickly to people that you're maybe never going to meet in person, that if you aren't a part of that, you just aren't going to reach as far. And I think it's like, it's a pendulum, isn't it? I think sometimes it's great, and I think sometimes it's unfortunate, because there have been times in my music career when I feel like I'm spending more time making content than I am music, which isn't why I got into music in the first place. But without it, I think it's easy to be left behind. So, I mean, musicians of the past probably felt the same way when money was only generated through going to see live music, and then it was printed on physical CDs and vinyls. They probably thought, now, you know, this is going to change. Now we have to sell and we have to go out. And I don't know. I think every stage of life we're going to move through new problems, and it's how you want to use them. And I think it's all about staying authentic to you. If you're happy to make content and you can be in your bedroom and like put something together, you don't have to also try and sell toothpaste. You don't have to do that. But if you want to do that, it's okay too. So I think it's a personal preference. I like making content when I feel it's authentic to me. I don't like making content when I feel like it's robbing me of being creative in other areas.
Yeah, I think it's really hard. Like, having a successful social media account is a different set of skills to writing powerful, beautiful, inspiring, cool music. It's a different skill set. So that means that people that maybe not great at that have to try and find other ways to get their word out. And it's, I think it's great that, you know, someone does a TikTok to your dance to your tune, and all of a sudden everyone knows your song, and Dance Monkey and or whatever it is, you know, like that's great. But it's hard when the music it just becomes an advert for, because like to make a living as an artist, it's like everything just becomes an advert for getting people to come see you live or to experience you live or to do some other way or to get you into the next. So it's really tricky. I'm rubbish at social media. So you know, I don't use social media very much, to be honest. So yeah, I just want to make art. So I have to find other ways and means of doing that. So it makes it really tough. I'm also a parent, so I've got enough to do to get my kids to put their shoes on properly and get to school on time, right? And then to come up with something creative, and then to like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, okay, what else we're gonna, you know what I mean? It's a lot. So I find that really challenging.
Okay. Thank you for your insights. This is all the time we have for questions today. So now we're going to take a quick 2-minute break to allow you to process all of this information. After this, we'll start the Q&A session. Please keep your questions brief. I will do my best to get as many as possible. Thank you. So we will now begin with the questions from the audience. I would ask that you please state your name, your school, followed by a brief question, and who the question is directed to.
Hello, my name is Sophia. I go to the International School of Geneva, and I was wondering how auto-tune affects how artists make money nowadays and how certain artists are valued. Because if an artist does auto-tune but doesn't sound good live, how would they make money if that's the way they can make the best money?
I'll start. I'm sure you can jump on. You can use auto-tune live. So if you can have a laptop by the side of the stage, your voice goes through it, and then when you sing, it sounds great. Auto-tune's everywhere. I love Wicked, the musical. Did you like that? I liked it. Cynthia Erivo, one of the best singers, just one of the best singers. Even her voice is auto-tuned once or twice, a few times on Defying Gravity, for example, and you can't hear it. Sometimes it's really clear, the voice sounds a bit fake, and you're like, oh, really? And so it's so subtle, but actually, like, I prefer it when they don't use auto-tune, and you can hear, even when it goes slightly wrong, I kind of like that. So, Bob Dylan, you know, auto-tuning Bob Dylan, imagine that, it would just lose its authenticity. So I think auto-tune's everywhere in a certain level of thing. It's to do with taste. And then in terms of hip-hop, which is like where I've come from, I don't really care. Like Billie Eilish will use auto-tune on sometimes to deliberately sound artificial, and she uses it as an effect. And then most of the time she doesn't use it. She just practices and sings it 100 times so she gets it right, which hopefully is what we all do as well. But it's an effect. So I don't care, because it takes a level of, you're still making a choice. How do I want to sound? What do I want to say? So using auto-tune can be a crutch, but it also can be a tool to say, actually, I want to sound like an alien on this next tune. And that's cool as well. So I think as long as people hopefully are putting love and making the world better, I don't care whether they sound like a robot or not.
I actually agree with almost everything you said. So
Okay.
yeah, I think it's a great answer, to be honest. It's a choice, isn't it? And I think if any artist was to feel threatened by another artist using auto-tune because they can't sing, I think that threat will go away quite quickly. Eventually, if you don't have the ability and you don't really care to go to singing classes, you don't want to improve your voice, you just want to lean on auto-tune, as you say, eventually people will find those things out. They won't be so invested in you anymore, and eventually it'll fade away. So I think, like you say, it's a conscious choice. It can be great. It can be a great fun tool to use as well sometimes. And anyone that's using it just to get away with it for now probably won't last for a long time either way.
Well, they might learn to get really good, and by the time they're
like T-Pain. T-Pain made millions off the back of auto-tune, right? So it depends how you use it.
And T-Pain can sing really well.
Yeah.
Could actually sing, so there's an effect.
Yeah, it's all right with me.
Any other questions?
Microphone person?
This is for, doesn't matter who. What's your process going into, like, writing the music or producing the music in a studio, and how do you go about that?
For me, it depends every time. I mean, for me personally, I write almost all of my music at home by myself. I also produce all my music at home by myself, unless I need to record something like drums, and then I'll go to a studio where there's drums, and I'll work with one of my friends who's engineering it. So the process for me is kind of quite insular. I spend a lot of time by myself, like tinkering away on sounds and just getting it to sound how I can hear it in my head. And then when I need to collaborate with other people and lean on them, I'll do that. But going into the studio, I think, is a whole different ball game. It depends the skill sets you have as to like the things you want to lean into and not. I used to work in a studio where I was a top liner, and I wrote music for other people who loved to sing, but they couldn't write music. So there's always someone that you can collaborate with who might have the other side of the puzzle piece that you're looking for. And I think it's just about like networking, just putting yourself out there, like dropping people messages. If you know someone's a great lyricist, but you write the melodies, let's just drop them a message and see if you can work together. But yeah, I think it's just like practice and experimentation, and not being scared to say what you think when you're in a studio environment. As someone who's produced other people's music too, the greatest thing is when an artist can come in and they have a clear vision and they can try and express to you what they want to hear. Otherwise, you're sort of all just going around in circles. So, yeah.
For me, as a vocalist rapper going into a studio, and I've got my lyrics, hopefully, or I'm going to write them while I'm there. Like I've recorded in Metropolis Studios in London, which is like used by massive shiny pop stars who've got millions of pounds, very rare. And then I produce at home in a little room on my laptop as well. And I've recorded myself there, and I've recorded, with one microphone outside a bus stop. So the thing for me is the problem with going to a paid studio. Let's say it's like you're going to pay 200 francs a day or whatever it is, you're going, oh my God, I better get it perfect, because otherwise I'm going to run out of money and then I've got to go home. Better to record something maybe not quite as good quality, but you're doing it at home, and you can do a million takes until you've learned what you need to learn. And so like when I've got my first laptop and I had Logic on my Apple and I learned to produce, like, my recording voice got better because I could play it, listen back, play it, listen back. Oh, I like it when my voice goes bleep. Okay, I'll do that. So, and actually that's how we put, one of the good things about everybody having studios on their phone or on their laptop is that we can try new things, and it doesn't cost, we don't have to get permission. We can sing quietly for this bit and loud for that bit. We can layer up our voices like Kendrick Lamar and have 3 voices at the same time. It's great. So I think that's dope. Kendrick won.
So my name's Erin. I go to ISL, so I'm in school here.
If you feel that you have, how did you know that you reached your big break, and how difficult was it for you to reach that?
In all honesty, I feel like we hear a lot of stories about the big break and the overnight success, and we are just, as the consumer, we're often like spoon-fed that this is how it works for everyone. But behind the scenes of almost everyone that you know who ever had their overnight success, big break, they have worked their asses off for absolutely years. Chapel Roan, who's recently become very successful, Sabrina Carpenter, Adele, Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, everyone that we know has actually worked for a very, very long time to try and do those things, and probably has had the experience where they thought they were going to have their big break and it hasn't happened. I've had this happen to me a few times before in my career, and even now I've had some cool things happen to me, but I would never say that any one of those things was my big break, and anything that happens to me in the future, I also probably wouldn't say the same thing, because the music industry is also very fickle. So if you're working towards the idea of having your big break, I feel like you're setting yourself up for maybe like disappointment, because when people's stories are in the newspaper, they look so shiny. Like, I'm going to go to London, someone's going to hear me in a pub, I'm going to become successful overnight. It just actually doesn't really happen like that. But no one likes to tell you the boring nitty-gritty stuff of like almost getting signed, getting dropped, getting signed again, getting dropped again, being on television, no one knows your name. Then everyone knows your name because there's a weird article that comes out, and then everyone forgets about you, then you come back around. No one tells you that, and then you get this song that blows up on TikTok, and everyone goes, wow, that person became successful overnight, look at them. And it just doesn't really happen that way. So for anyone out there that's like, I haven't had my big break yet, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this goes to what our society tells us. What's success? Society will say, you got to be a celebrity. That's success. Yeah, I've had friends who've died with addictions. I've got friends who've top 10 hits, and I've got some friends who I can start singing their song and you'll know who they are immediately. And yeah, so a friend who Stevie Wonders are fans of some of my friends. You know what I mean? Like Beyonce once talked about one of my mates. Do you know what I'm saying? As a success. But when I go to talk to my friend, they're like, oh yeah, I've got to go to Australia, and I don't want to go to Australia to tour. I'm off to Shanghai. I don't want to go. Who's going to look after the kids? I don't know. And it's not success. And they don't want to do those certain, you know. So actually, if you can live a life that you're happy with, and you can pay your bills, and you're hopefully making the world better, because that's what this is all about, right? And you're putting good things out into the world to make people think, or make people free, or feel like they're not alone, or whatever it is. Like, that is your big break. And, you know, like, so you do what you do, aim for the stars. Yeah, I haven't had a big break. So, like, you know, one time I got home, I got loads of text messages, I opened up a newspaper, there was a double-page spread all about me. It said testament to his talent, how cheesy. 5-star review, album, classic of the year. I'd just come back from Glastonbury that morning, I just got back to Manchester, and the text messages were blowing up. And then I was like, wow, and I couldn't pay my council tax bill. I couldn't pay my bills, all right? So there's the hype, and then there's reality. Hype goes away like that, but the relationships you build, the things you put out into the world, who you are, that's what lasts. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. It's very true.
Thank you. This is all we have for Q&A questions today. I'm sorry. But I would like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, as well as the panelists for sharing your experiences and insights. I would also like to thank my co-partner, Juliet, who's in the audience over there, who helped me organize this panel, and of course the YFS team. But luckily, before we leave, we will have one more performance from Testament, so please give it a big round of applause.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
If you're feeling good, say yeah. Say oh yeah. Yeah. Check it out. Yeah. Yeah, check it. Yo, yo, yo. My name is Testament, relevant. Break it down right here at the ISZL premises. This is the evidence. Freestyle one time for your mind. Freestyle, it's line after line. Make it up on the spot. They call it hip hop. Hold up for a second, let me stop the beatbox, and then it's back again. So you can tell your friend and remix. Coming back, cause we in the Switzerland bits, yo. Killing the feeling, bringing healing to the ceiling, like my friend called Dylan right here live in Switzerland. That's what we do, the crew's quite magical. Keep it going off and I'm smooth but casual. Rocking the scarf in the dark and that's for you. ISZL, that's the funkiest crew. We got the beat at loose. It's Testament with that capital T. Coming breaking it down on the MC. Yeah, of course you know I like to bore 'em. Should cut to the chorus, shout out to the youth forum, cause that's the place where we elevate our minds. So you can pay attention, singing line after line. So when I say free, you say style. Free. Free. Yeah, when I say free, you can say style. Free. Free. Yeah, it's just so natural. The whole thing we do it live from the heart on the soul. Whether you represent Dylan rock and roll to the top as I stroll through the mountain range. Simple and plain, I keep it going on. It's insane from my brain like I was Cypress Hill. Yo, we got the starting. Keep it going on as the hearts get hardened. Yeah, of course, you know, I'm not a player. You can change the world, take it to the Himalayas. JD on the MC, respect to him. My name is Testament, I praise my Elohim. Yeah, of course you know it's all about the God bless. Change your definition of success. Cause who cares about the stormy weather? Cause music's all about bringing us all together. Making the world shine better. I endeavor to reach a higher state of mind. If you're so inclined, it's the rhyme like that. It's the time like that. Define how you rhyme and that's that. Peace. Thank you very much. My name is Testament. Bless.
Limitless connectivity is revolutionizing sport, media and entertainment, bringing the fan closer to the heart of sport. It's an absolute game changer.
Sports science is playing an ever-expanding role in giving athletes the crucial edge in their pursuit of victory.
We work to help sports reimagine the way they tell their stories.
If you look, say, way into the future, more than 5, 10 years, what role do you see nutrition playing? Will it still be about actual food?
For the future, I think there's a bit of a hype in the nutrigenomics sort of space. And again, this is really getting to that personalised approach. So looking at what one particular athlete might need.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're about to experience the art of data.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. My name is Lisani Talents, and I'm a grade 11 student here at IZL, as well as a member of the YFS series team. I'm a huge advocate for sport, and I've ski raced for almost my whole life. So this topic sits very dear at my heart. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome you to Game Changers, reshaping the future of sports. Did you know that wearable technology can now track over 3D biometric signals in real time? Or that AI can predict injury risks before they even happen? Technology is revolutionizing the future of sport faster than ever before. But while these advancements are creating incredible opportunities, they also challenge some of the core values of what makes a sport a sport. Topics today will include the advancements in performance-enhancing technology, as well as the integration of sports medicine, personal athletic perspectives, as well as the growing emphasis on mental health. This discussion isn't just about the future of sports. It's about the future of competition, the athletes we admire, and the way we connect as fans. I can't wait to get started, so let's dive in. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome 4 professionals coming from the fields of sport, mental health, medicine, and technology. Please welcome Alain Fernandez, COO and co-founder of Aving, a company developing innovative smartwatches and training software, starting with the world of figure skating. He also has over 25 years of global leadership experience. Next, I would like to welcome Francisco Adan Escobar. He's a psychologist, athlete, and coach with a decorated basketball career, including national and Central American championships. He was also named Coach of the Year in 2017. He is also recognized as one of the 50th most influential young leaders by the Global Shapers community and will be participating in this year's World Economic Forum. Also joining us today is Silke Lemmens, a Swiss track and field athlete specializing in the 400 meter. She's a Swiss elite champion who won bronze at the 2021 Under-23 European Championships. She also competed in the Tokyo Olympics in the 4x400 meter relay team. She achieved top 10 finishes at both the World and European Championships. But most importantly, Silke is also an ISDEL alumni. We are also honored to have Dr. Judith Bering with us today. She's an orthopedic surgeon and trauma specialist who is currently deputy leader of the sports medicine and knee team clinic at the Luzern Kantonsspital. As chief medical officer for Swiss Olympics, she oversees major events like the Youth Olympic Games as well as the European Youth Olympic Festival. She also serves as team physician for Swiss cycling and Swiss handball. Now that we've met our wonderful panelists, I would like to explain how the session will run. The first 25 minutes of the session will allow our panelists to answer the questions that I've prepared for them openly, with the remainder of the time allowing you, the audience, to engage and participate by asking questions to the panelists. Let's get started. As we know, technology is reshaping the future of sports. So to open up this panel, I would like to ask everyone for the quick response regarding their opinion on the future of technological advancements. Going to everyone, what are your first thoughts on how technology has improved performance and results? Starting with you, Alan.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for having me and enjoying the panel already. So for us, from a technology perspective, there's so much data being collected. You mentioned about wearables and more, and this is being available, more metrics being gathered. The challenge is, what are you going to do with the data? I spoke with the head of data for Atletico Madrid, and he said the problem isn't about data, it's about what do we do with it. He said, I have more data than I need. And that's a big focus for us at IVING, is to make sure that what we provide and gather from our sensors and run through our algorithms are actually presented to athletes and coaches in a usable way, so that they can understand it and read it and then take it to the next level and incorporate it into their training.
Interesting.
In the mental health and performance area, technology is impacting how athletes perform, because we have to adopt it, like not only the technical part of technology, but also the mental framework we have, because we didn't have these tools like some years ago, and it's changing pretty quickly. So it's important how you can approach it with mental flexibility, and you can adapt it so you can have a higher performance and a higher enjoyment of the game, and not representing it a negative impact into your sports experience.
I think for me as an athlete, it's really important to have these different tools that you can use to collect data, not just for the training session itself, to just report like how it's been going, but also to see like where are our weaknesses, where are the strengths, also to help with injury prevention, possibly, because every athlete is different. So you need to be able to see what are your own strengths, or where could you improve on, which will ultimately help you throughout your whole journey.
Well, yeah, my first thoughts were that it's not only our day-to-day life, which is influenced by modern technique, but it's also the sport. There's more and more getting influenced, and the biggest points are probably development of materials, but also performance analytics or training control and training planning maybe. And from a medical point of view, it's technologies in the medicine, but it's also the data collection possibilities to know more about the athletes, to get faster to information we need, and to have a better connection with the whole supporting or the whole team that is around, like coaches, physiotherapists, nutritionists, the athletes, obviously. So there's a lot of possibilities, I think.
It's great to hear that technology has been improving not only the company aspects, but also personal athletics. This allows me to segue into the next form of questions, now going to Elaine and Silke. Is sports staying fair with the rapid development of technologies, or do you believe that the feeling of unpredictability has been removed? Starting with you, Alan, as a technology provider point of view?
So I think there's two aspects to it. One is, for us, creating affordable access to data that you can actually interpret easily is quite useful and impactful, and creates a sense of fairness. Not everyone has access to the same level of coaching. So our vision is, and mission is to empower every athlete through data. And by doing that and when we say every athlete, it could be at the top of the pyramid of the elites, but also at the beginning levels and learning about sport. So for us, it's a bit of fairness through giving access to information that helps you improve and improve more quickly and accurately. And so from our perspective, that is really, really critical.
Interesting. Now moving to Silke, from a competitor point of view.
I think it's a really interesting question, because obviously not all athletes are fortunate enough to have these different tools or materials where they can document their training or their process, or do these testings, or have these, for example, in athletics, these shoes that you use for when you sprint. But on the other side, I think technology is not the only thing that matters. I think technology and fairness and unpredictability can definitely coexist, because technology doesn't just make you all of a sudden a professional. Like, you still need to put in the hard work. You still need to be talented, I guess, a little bit. So I don't think you can say, oh, the technology has made us good or improved us and we are machines, and then there's nothing else to it. I don't think that is true, and I think unpredictability can still be there with technology. But yeah, of course, I think this point about fairness with the accessibility especially is something that we have to think of in the future.
And just touching on the unpredictability piece, one thing that we've noticed and we are really happy about is that when we set up the coaches and the athletes with our tool, we step back. And we've seen them integrate it with their training regimes in their own individualistic way, and that's that unpredictability. So we've seen coaches challenge an athlete to be able to get the metric for jump height a little bit higher, or the rotation speed, and providing them that feedback on how to do that. But that was not something that we did or we even envisioned from that perspective. It's just giving them the tools to figure out how to do it. So I think there's a big chance for those two to coexist.
Yes, it's very interesting to see the balance between the athlete themselves doing the work and the technology being a huge role behind that. Thank you. Now we will look into the mental health impact that technology has on sports and athletes. As we know, athletes often struggle with the feeling of burnouts, the feeling of depression and or anxieties as they're forced to perform better and better each year. Going to Francisco, what psychological challenges do athletes face when using advanced technologies to enhance such kinds of performance?
It can represent a risk of, like you said, burnout. Like, we have all these trackings, all these metrics. Like, it has to come a point where not only the athlete, but the person, because we're talking about athletes, but we are all persons first. We have to really take care of ourselves before our performance, before being worried about giving results. So there comes a point in which people are like too much clinged to the tools. Like, for example, I like the tracking, but then I feel bad that I'm being constantly measured. So there has to come a point in which you have to do things just for the sake of doing things. Not everything has to be result-based. You have to enjoy your things. So you have to have that balance. Like, yeah, we're looking for results, but you have to enjoy what you're doing, because the moment that you are not enjoying anymore, it's the recipe for burnout. So it's really important to have these tools to use to enhance and to work for us, not us working for the numbers. That's a really important framework that we have to have as athletes or high performance.
Yes, I agree. Would anyone else have something to add?
I just want to say I totally agree with what you said. And for me as well, I think it's different for everyone, but I personally am a very analytical person. So I think I've had a lot of issues in the beginning, especially, or difficulties, challenges with having this much information for me, and then like being able to analyze it, but not over-analyze it, because I think there's so many statistics that you get, for example, from one run, and then obviously not all of them are going to be your personal bests, and then you're always going to look at the ones that aren't so good, because those are the ones you can improve on. So you automatically mentally start thinking of it as, okay, black or white, either it's really good or it's really bad, and then you start to overthink about it. How do I improve this measure? How do I do this? Which could ultimately also lead to a downward spiral, or that you're constantly thinking, okay, this is not good enough, I'm not good enough. So I think that there's this barrier that you need to set for yourself, like, okay, I want to improve, I will look at these times or these measurements, but only to a certain extent, because your personal feeling of how you feel during these runs or during these tests is also so important, and I don't think you should just focus on the measurements themselves.
Yeah, that makes sense. Everything needs a balance, not only with sports, I think with everything in life, so it's great to see that you use such technologies, but obviously there's a limit to how much it's actually beneficial. Mental health isn't the only aspect impacted by technology. We will now quickly look into how the positive impacts that technology has on physical performance. Going to you, Alan, from a software designer, could you explain how your software is revolutionizing training and figure skating?
Yeah, no, thank you. Well, really, what we've seen is we're providing metrics for jumping right now in figure skating, and this is height and rotation speed, but it's also provided real time just after the skater jumps, and they're able to then get that information and review it with their coach. And for us, the key is speed because of the muscle memory, so that the coach can then jump in, provide some technical advice, some changes, try this, try that, and then the skater can do that, and then we see the instant results, whether it's good or bad, and they can actually feel that with that muscle memory. And that linkage builds a certain level of confidence. We've also seen where athletes who are trying to go through the different levels of jumps and getting more difficult. More recently, we've seen someone who's trying to go from double to triples in terms of the rotations, getting the metrics and seeing them and getting the confidence that actually they are prepared physically, they have the ability to do that and go to the next level. And obviously from an injury prevention perspective, this is really important because you have to also have not just the right mental health, but you also have, and positivity, but you also have the understanding of your body and your fatigue levels and your workload and understand when to shut it down. So that ability for us to provide that feedback directly and instantly for the training, but also providing information on, hey, you know what? You're starting to dip in your performance and you're going to increase the risk of injury is really helping to change the training technique.
Yes, that makes sense. As you mentioned, injury risks. Judith, do you have anything to add?
Well, it's super important what you said, and we just had a short chat before we started this session, and I think there is already data available that could show fatigue, for example, which is a crucial factor for possible injuries. And I think if you had a possibility to prevent an injury, it's always 1,000 times better than to treat it. So it would be great if there would be more possibilities. And those data or measurement tools are also used in a complete different topic. Like there is from a company, there is a possibility for patients who get a total knee replacement to train and get their watt, like it's like on a bike, they can get their watt measurements, and they also predicted like an infection because all of a sudden the movement went down or the power they could do. So I think there's, in a big variety of fields, there's a lot of possibilities, yeah.
Yes.
And this is really important with the power. Earlier today, it was a topic on AI, but feeding all these data sets into AI, and this is a big goal for us, is the more information we have, the more it's categorized, we can start to do these types of things, saying maybe there's a risk of inflammation or injury or whatever it is, and we start to give athletes proactively information on their training.
Yes. We've now heard that technology is actually really positive in the use of sports, but with every huge positive effect, they could also have some negative connotations. So we will now look into the effect that technology has on the body and mind, but not necessarily in a good way. So going to you, Judith and Francisco, what are your perspectives on the physical and mental effects that the pursuit of perfection driven by technology has impacted?
You want to start or should I start?
You can go.
Okay. So for me, it's honestly, I had a long thought about that question and you challenged me. So I think it's more about the athlete. So the longer I thought about it, for me, it's the athlete, him or herself, who is driving the pursuit of perfection. And maybe not the technology, but I think that athletes will use, obviously, technology to get closer to their goals, to get closer to perfection. But in the end, it's an intrinsic move or an intrinsic motivation that comes from the athlete. Generally, I think the drive to get close to perfection has a big possibility to have side effects that can be from overtraining to mental impact. You mentioned that already a little bit. It could end in injuries, in anxiety, in depression, in several problems. So it's a bit of a difficult one, I think, the perfection in general, not only in sport, in the general life. Mm-hmm. Perfection can also be a struggle, right? And then we might also have to differentiate the level of technology you find in different sports. So already 30 years ago, there was a study that kind of categorized Olympic sports into different technology levels, like if they are high level, high technology level sport, like cycling, for example, or bobsleigh, or it's at a mid-level, like figure skating, or a low technical level, like in team handball, or even a mixed level, like in track and field. And there's so many factors that come into it that, yeah, there's different points you can look at. But I see also a danger in that it could drive in a complete wrong direction, absolutely, yeah.
Very interesting. Would you have anything to add?
Yeah, first of all, it's like how to interpret the data. It's like you have a number, but it has to be interpreted. So it's really important that you have backup to really understand and analyze this data, not only in numeric sense or statistics, but the value of what it represents to the athlete or to you. And talking about perfection is also a concept which really in sports or competitive sports, maybe it doesn't exist. Like we try to achieve it, but if we, let's say, if we get to achieve it one time, then we are already thinking, I can do it better. Why could I have done better? Like it's automatically. So perfection is just like something like lasts a second when you achieve it, and then you're thinking about another perfection level, let's say. And that, without you noticing, is instead of breaking your limits, putting yourself in a glass ceiling, because you put like perfection here, perfection, and you say like, I want to have 100% efficiency, but this 100% can be a glass ceiling which you, without noticing, you can have better performance if you don't focus that as the first element like of importance. Of course, it's important to really do the best that we can, but we really have to know that we are people that can make mistakes, and that is not something perfect doesn't mean that it's not good.
And I also think, what is the definition of perfection?
Yeah.
What is it in sport? Is it just because you had your perfect run maybe, and maybe not your best time, but you had the, whatever, the best exchange in a 4x4 or something like that? So what is perfect? Or you had your perfect training day, everything went super well, but you still didn't gain a new high score in whatever it is. So what is perfection is the first question for me also.
I actually would not know how to answer that. I was going to say, I used to be an avid ski racer, right? For me, perfection was winning a race, but I agree that to some athletes, perfection is having the perfect technique, or perfection is making their coaches proud. So I see where the struggle comes from.
Yeah.
I will now like to ask each and every one of you a closing question. So in your opinion, where should we draw the line between human ability and technological advancements in sports? So in other words, where do we separate humans from machines? Starting with you, Ellen.
Okay. That's it. Yeah. I mean, the beauty, like from us, from our perspective, we look at athletes and helping athletes of all levels. And sport is so important for mental health and for our physical health as well. And so everyone has their own, their own loves and own desires out of sports, and what they get out of it is different. And so technology is not going to replace that. Our hope is that what we can do is help athletes of all different levels just be better, because generally they want to be better. As I joke around, is like, I've played lots of sports my whole life, decent standard, and I'm 51 years old. I still want to get better. I still have that drive to be a better skier, or to be a better ice skater, or play basketball better. So that doesn't go away. And if we can give some tools and technology and data in an easy to understand way to people, and they can get maybe just a little bit more enjoyment in that, and feel like they're making some progress. I think everyone, that ability to set some realistic goals, a little bit of gamification of playing with your friends, seeing what you can do, whatever sport it is, it has a lot of benefit. The downside is if there's too much data and it's too difficult, and it ends up becoming more work to analyze the data than to actually do the sport, that's where I think we go over to the wrong side.
great to hear that there's such a fine line. Now going to you, Francisco.
For me, it's the internal, intangible things, like, or the hardest to measure, like, for example, the drive, the passion, the enjoyment, like, everything that you said, I really agree, and I will say, like, there's a variable or a state in sport performance that is called the flow state. That is like the ultimate experience. Like when I work with clients and they describe me like they were in the zone, that they didn't even notice that time flew by, that they didn't even notice, that means that they're in the optimal performance zone because they were not even thinking about the result. They were so immersed in their performance, in their task, just for the sake of doing it, not because of results, not because of numbers, not because of fame, not because of money, just because they enjoy it so much that they were like really, really immersed, that they even forget about time, about hunger and everything. And it's like, hey, I didn't realize I was doing that. And you see a lot of performers do that, like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. That's a really human thing that is not gonna be replicable. So that's really important.
I mean, I agree with everything that's been said already. And I think that technology should just be like a tool that we use to get the best out of ourselves. So for every person, it needs to support us so that we can be the best version of ourselves that we want to be and that we can be. And I think the line is just where it starts to overwhelm the athlete, as what you said before as well. I think when you start crossing that line, I think the technology part should be dimmed down a little bit.
So I hope we will never see athletes as machines, because they're not. Even if I sometimes can't understand what performances you are able to achieve, and maybe there is no way to understand, and we can't understand everything, I think. So I would hope that in the end, in a competition, it's always about the athletes' physical and mental abilities, and that technologies can see that, respect that, and support that, but not overtake. I don't want to have machine competitions in sport, or maybe just in esports. It's another topic maybe. But I would really hope that there might be the fine line, or the difference on the border maybe. And from a medical point of view, I would also hope that the medical support is never a barrier or a booster for an athlete, neither nor. And it would be great if every athlete had the same possibility to get equal quality medicine to support. That would be, from a medical point, what I would hope.
Yes. This is all very insightful. It's really amazing to see the tug of war between machines and humans, and to see how technology has been playing such an impactful role in our lives. This is unfortunately all the time that we have today in terms of questions. We are now going to take a short 2-minute break to allow you to process all the information that has just been said, and to allow you to prepare some of your questions that you would like to ask our panelists. Please keep the questions brief, and I'll try to get to as many of you as possible. All right, everybody? We will now begin with questions from the audience. If you have a question, please raise your hand and one of the YFS team members will come to you with a microphone. Then please state your name, followed by your school, and then your question. So who would like to ask a question?
My name's Alex. I'm from Hull School. This question is mainly directed towards Francisco. In cricket, a sport I follow a lot, I see an increasing amount of players taking a break or even retiring for mental reasons. My question is this trend going to continue? Or is the improved awareness and handling of mental health going to lead to fewer prolonged breaks having to have been taken, perhaps due to playing schedule being changed?
Thank you very much for that question. That's a really important topic because not only sports is changing due to technology, but also business-wise. So there are, every time is more sports going to business model more than sport, and athletes are seen more like they have to perform, not like persons. So that's a really, really interesting topic because you see that as well in the NBA, like load management, they're retiring early, or basically they are saying like, even though they're supposedly living the ideal life, they're not feeling good. So I think that mental health awareness is giving people or athletes that edge of saying like, okay, if I'm not feeling good, all the trophies, all the money or the fame is not worth it. So I think that the trend is gonna maintain. I don't know if it's gonna go up, but it's gonna maintain because there's more awareness to that. People are looking more into gratification, not only in external values, but they are getting that from the inner variables, like enjoyment, like self-fulfillment, and if you're really happy doing what you're doing. So a really nice question, really, and that's a really nice topic for next forum.
Yes. Anyone else from that side?
My name is Aura. I'm a grade 10 at ISL, and my question was regarding how technology can negatively impact sports players. If you look at like players like in football, such as Erling Haaland or Grealish, that play really robotically and that grew up with a lot of technology around them. And then if you look at players like Neymar or Messi, they grew up really poor and almost without technology, and you can look at them and you see how they play almost flawlessly, and like they're a joy to watch, whereas the other players that grew up with so much technology are robotic.
I think this question goes to Lynn.
Well, I mean, I think everyone will have an
We
opinion
can go
on this
around,
one, but
yeah.
I think it actually goes back to your question on the predictability piece, and and also from our standpoint, the fairness and the access. Where, I mean, we hope that we can create more access, and so the bar, the starting point, and the foundation from a skills level is more equal. But the love of the game and the creativity and the response to your learning how to play is always going to be down to where you come from, and that can't be replaced. And I think that technology and access to technology will increase, but I don't think it will ever take away or get rid of the chance for the Brazilian style of football, or if I think about growing up in the States and the difference between East Coast and West Coast basketball, that's just from where you come from, so I don't think that'll ever go away.
Yeah, I would say that's super important what you say, and data is data, where we're still talking about humans. Data still can't measure exactly how you feel, for example. We just had a short discussion about that earlier, so we're getting closer maybe. But I don't think any technology can tell exactly how you feel today or how I feel today. And in the best possibility, it would be a balance between both, and there's a flow into each other. But I would hope we do not only use data or completely ignore them. So it should be a balance between them. And it's also difficult to find the balance, right? How much is enough, how much is too much, how do we only maybe value a person by its data and forget the person behind, and then we come back to the mental side maybe, or to anxieties because people might not be open with their problems. So this is probably the challenge, or one challenge is, for me at least. How is the balance and where do we find it?
Yep. Yet again, the balance in life, the yin and the yang. Any more questions from the crowd? Not from that side.
My name is Shona and I'm from the Zurich International School. And I was wondering if you think that in the future, men and women income in sports will become more equal?
Very interesting question.
Yeah.
What do you mean with more equal? I think that's the first question. Money.
Oh, money-wise, okay. Maybe Silke, if you're an athlete, maybe you have a perspective on this, I don't know.
I think I can.
You can.
Yeah, I really hope so because, for example, in basketball, there has been a rise on viewership and interest and more excitement for people to watch female basketball. And I really think that there's a lot of fun and excitement in either gender, men or women. So I think and I hope that it can reach a level because there is the same effort put into both players, into male and female. So I really think that we should value the effort of players, and then it's coming back as well to the topic like, okay, business-wise, we are demanding performance and entertainment from these players, but are we valuing them for that demand? So in both cases, it's really demanding. And in female sports, for example, and this brought really a big topic, but I want to say, is there's a double standard, let's say, for girls is asked to be really good at basketball, at sports, but not too good because, you know, they don't want girls to be too competitive. There's a double standard there, but I really think that the effort is equal in both sides, so I hope that it does.
That was a very good question. Anyone else from the crowd?
My name is Tigris. I'm a student here at IZL. How do you see sports evolving in the next 10 years?
I think we could get an opinion of each and every one of you for this one.
I mean, I think from our perspective is, and we were talking about this earlier, wearable technology is increasing, and that and we're still just on the beginning of the journey of taking that data and feeding that back into people. I think where I see it evolving is access to sports will hopefully get easier. That's part of what we're trying to do, even for sports that are, you know, if you take Garmin and Strava, they can track very easily location measured sports, so cycling, running, but when it comes to complex movement sports or any complex movements in sport, that's where we don't have that. So the hope is that as technology starts to provide people greater feedback and easy to use feedback, it'll increase access to quality coaching and make sport more interesting and enjoyable for people.
Maybe there's also a fact about athlete monitoring and more individualization. So maybe in anything, in training, in dealing with problems, in seeing the responses to whatever measures. So that could be 2 points maybe.
Very nice. I think we have time for one more question from the crowd, from my left side, so somewhere over there. Oh.
Hello. My name is Bernardo, and I have a question.
Where is he?
Do you think with enough technology we'll be able to see how much room for growth there is for certain players, for youth players basically, to help with the scouting situation?
Where is
the availability of youth players?
Basically measuring talent.
Yeah, so for youth, basically monitoring and being able to track. Okay, sorry. I mean, from our perspective, we look at other sports that we'll get into, say ice hockey, for instance. Skating is a big component of that. We'll be able to provide information and data on a player profile, which could make scouting a lot easier and more useful. With that, there is a chance can't say that it exists, that with the amount of data sets that we start to gather, you can start to see the progression track of athletes, and you can start to see from a skating perspective, how are they trending? But with all that, that's a certain physical aspect. We know, as you were saying, there's a huge mental aspect, that concept of drive, work ethic, mentality, coachability. There's all these invariables that will never be measured by data. So I do think that data will be used to kind of track potential, but I don't think that will be ever fully the full story.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of sport, that nothing is written. So how many stories have we seen like, okay, overcome all the odds, nobody cared about this prospect and it ended up being the best. Like we have the story of Tom Brady, the story of like Messi, for example, that people were like, he's not going to do this. Cristiano Ronaldo as well, like at first it wasn't good enough. Supposedly those are the stories that we like, that we love. So that's the core of sports and like human itself. Like even if the odds are all against, we always have that chance as we have hope and we believe in our skills and that we can do it. So I think that's really important, the intangibles and the confidence we have in ourselves.
And maybe also the more data we have and the more possibilities, education could become key how to deal with it. So that's what you said in the very beginning, that you have so much data and how do you read them? How do you put them into your daily training? How do you not go with the wrong way, that you get depressed because of the maybe bad data, overwhelming? So maybe there's a need for education, how to deal with data we get with all the data.
Thank you. That is unfortunately all the time we have for today, as the session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank the audience for your participation and enthusiasm into this very important topic. I would also like to thank the panelists for your insightful insights and expertise into this theme of sports. I would now like to ask that you'll begin to transition to session 7, which is right here in the gym, so you don't even have to go far. If you do have any questions, feel free to come up to the stage and ask any of our panelists what you're still curious about. That's all it from me. Thank you and have an amazing day.
Hello, everybody. My name is Riley Friedrich, and I'm a grade 12 student here at ISL, as well as a member of the YFS media team. I hope that everybody had a great day, met amazing people, and got ideas to bring back to your own communities. My personal favorite moment from today was meeting Dylan from the Future of Music panel, and also eating the cookies from the YFS student experience team. It is now my pleasure to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank everybody that made YFS 2025 possible. I would like to ask that you please hold your applause until the end of all of the thank yous. Firstly, I would like to give a huge thank you to the ISL Fund for Excellence, the Riverside Parents Association, and school donors for your continued support of the forum each year. I would like to thank the ISL board, Mr. Barry DeQuan, our school director, and Ms. Lindsay Lawrence, our high school principal, for your sustained support of the forum each year. It really could not be done without you. And of course, I would like to give a massive thank you to the YFS team, teachers, and tech team for your endless time and support throughout this journey. I would now like to take the time to recognize two very special groups of people. We all need to thank our brilliant speakers and panelists for sharing their knowledge, wisdom, and experiences with us this year. Your presence has been invaluable to making this forum a success. And of course, I would like to thank everybody sitting in the audience here today, the guest students and the guest teachers, for your participation, meaningful connections, and support of the sustainability initiatives. I saw it all firsthand here today, and we really appreciate your enthusiasm. Let's give everybody a massive round of applause. Of course, the forum may be over today, but it's safe to say that YFS is definitely not. We encourage you to please follow us on our YouTube, websites, and social media for upcoming videos, live streams, and media from today's event. I also urge you to please stay connected with everybody that you've met here today. Reach out to them, follow them on their socials, and send them a message, because networking is a tool that we can use for the drive to change in the near future. It is now my privilege to introduce a very special student, Millie Bevan, who is the leader of the YFS Sustainability Team for the closing student address. Let's give her a round of applause.
As the 8th annual YFS draws to a close, we've learned about politics and technology, the climate crisis, medicine, the circular economy, and so much more. We've met experts and teachers and students from all over the world. I hope you felt empowered to ask questions and have your voice heard. I hope you've met new people, made new friends, and discovered new things. As we look back on such a full day of learning, discussion, and connection, it's easy to feel like the journey is over. But YFS is not the end of a journey. It's only the beginning, the spark. When I first joined the YFS initiatives team, I was a 14-year-old surrounded by schedules and plans. I couldn't see how my voice or my actions could make a difference. But then I watched, and I saw how one conversation about making the school more sustainable could turn into another, how one idea shared from one student to another could blossom with just a few dedicated individuals. I saw how one disorganized group of students could succeed in having solar panels installed on the roof after 4 years of persistence to power the very room that we're sitting in today. I saw how we could start a carbon credit fund to offset the school's carbon emissions with our volunteering trips. I saw how we could install a composter to push the school towards our zero waste and zero carbon goals. I saw how one disorganized group of students could change the world if we just kept trying. I'd like to thank Mr. Chris Koch for dealing with our disorganization and supporting all of our wild ideas and madcap schemes. We owe him so much for his energy and mentorship. Now leading the initiatives teams, what I hope the students that take over from myself and my co-leaders, August and Annie, will understand is that we can achieve anything if we just keep trying. Keep sending emails, keep having conversations, keep sharing ideas. No matter how long it takes or how many setbacks we encounter, keep trying. If we can just keep the momentum that we have built at YFS going, there is no obstacle that can stand in the way of us making our world a better place. As a young person myself, I know we've all heard it 1,000 times, that we are the future, that we can solve the problems that the world faces today, from systemic human rights injustices to the biodiversity and climate crises. But I don't see this as a burden to carry or a reason to collapse into apathy. It is instead a power we wield. It is our energy, our discussion, and our motivation that has the power to make change. One discussion, one email, one idea shared rather than hidden, one proactive moment can make that difference. We can become change makers, following in the footsteps of all of the inspiring speakers who we've heard from today. It just takes the courage to start moving over that next mountain. With our voices and our interest and our action, we have the power to set new horizons for our future. So even as today finishes and we reflect on our experiences at YFS, I ask each and every single one of you, what is on your horizon? What goal will you strive towards? What vision for a better future will you make a reality? I hope that YFS has helped you to see these horizons. Now it's time to take that first step. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Millie. We can all acknowledge your reflective words and address. Let's give her another huge round of applause. I would now like to speak about some housekeeping matters. We kindly ask that you could please stack your chairs in groups of 10 against the wall on the right side of the gym. Of course, you are welcome to keep your YFS badge, but we kindly ask for you to please return your lanyards in the boxes by the doors for the reuse in the forum next year. I also kindly ask all the speakers and members of the YFS team to come to the stage after the address for a photo. I would now like to say a very, very special thank you to the lead organizer of YFS, Mr. Fabio Peron, for his impact and dedication of the forum. I would also like to thank Miss Ish, who is a behind-the-scenes worker of YFS and also does a lot for the forum each year. Thank you very much to the two of you, and we really all cannot thank you enough for the work that you put in each year. I would now like to pick on somebody that Millie mentioned in her address. Mr. Chris Koch is one of the co-founders of YFS and a teacher here at ISL, who will be retiring at the end of this school year. We can all recognize his dedication and invaluable contributions to the forum each year. Mr. Koch has been a driving force behind the initiatives team, and it's safe to say that the Koch legacy will live on forever. We wish both Mr. and Ms. Koch a wonderful time in retirement. Let's give him a huge round of applause. It is now my pleasure to officially end YFS 2025. I would like to give a huge thank you to everybody for coming and participating throughout the day, and we wish you all a safe journey home. Thank you very much.